joining us.
Happy New Year.
Same to you. So I don't know what you think about the submission by the presidency, that those of you in the opposition are in one way or the other sponsoring protests against him, and it looks like the Labour Union has joined you people to actually kick against his government. You have been providing lots of proposals and hitting him hard. You think he's speaking to you through the Labour unions?
Sumner, we are not the opposition. We are Nigerians. We are stakeholders in this project. And whether Bola Tinubu likes it or not, he has to succeed. I know, however, that it is easier to snatch, grab, rig, than it is to govern. He's a Milokon. Our Lokon, we need to put him in check. It's our responsibility as stakeholders in this project. Well, it's about time he took responsibility. He has to. It's taken 9 months. And he wanted to govern Nigeria. He had been handed the reins of government. And so that he has to take ownership of everything, the assets and the liability. So he's saying, what he's saying is nothing new. He should have taken responsibility from day one. But the question is he up to that responsibility?
Well, governance is a very serious game. That's what we've seen. But I'm just taking you back to sometime in 2012 when we had a similar situation that subsidy was removed and all of that. President Tinubu wrote a very long epistle telling President Jonathan that he had broken the social charter with the Nigerian people and saying it shouldn't have been removed on time and all of that. Now, I've seen the bickering between you and the government, including about the $3 billion that the government took as loan, which people say that we haven't really seen much. As you try to provide economic alternatives through your submission, the government also tries to say that it looks like you're not seeing things the way they are in the government. So how do you, how do you see that perspective?
Prophet Tinubu, before he became President Tinubu, was speaking about this time in 2012 in the episode that you referred to. Because there was nothing in that letter that could not be situated in 2024. You know, so, I mean, we've been waiting for the magic, you know, that Tinubu had. The magic that led to his building Lagos. We forget that Lagos has been the federal capital for donkey years, has enjoyed resources, you know, infrastructure development. And so I wonder where, you know, the claim that he built Lagos, you know, came from. Now is the time for the hard work. Let him walk, you know, the talk. I mean, where are those magical things that were attributed to him? Where is his economic, so-called economic team? What we are seeing in the last 9 months is trial by error. Is the kabu-kabu kind of economic policy, where you pick passengers, drop them in Ojuelegba, change you know, course, start heading to Oshodi. That's what we have, you know, been seeing play out in the last 9 months. So nothing seems to have changed. But again, let us ask ourselves, you know, a question. What did Tinubu promise us? Tinubu promised that he was going to follow the path of former President Buhari. What was that path? Massive loan, taking of loan. We haven't taken loan to pay the interest on the loan, not the loan itself, not the principal.
Yeah.
Buhari was known for bigotry and nepotism, crass bigotry and nepotism. That's why we say, you know, play out. Why must ministers and government officials of choice cabinet positions come from a section of the country? Aren't we done with that? We thought we had seen the worst of that during the Buhari era. But here we are. It's a continuation. It's a continuation of the Buhari policy.
And do you think this government is overwhelmed?
They're going to be overwhelmed. And what we're asking as the opposition is that they need to be very deliberate about the choices that they make, the policy choices. You see, our future Not about it. You should stop this scapegoatism. It reminds me of the Animal Farm of Napoleon and Squilla, who had a knack for blaming, now in this case, contest, for everything that has gone wrong. No, the problem is it's inside of them. First of all, the cabinet that they have a lot of people there who are doing nothing, who don't have the set skills, other than the fact that they were there because of political consideration. Okay, they're asking us that, the elections are over. We should, but look at what Tinubu is doing, playing politics in 2027, speaking to NLC. That means that he's not prepared for even governance.
That's because he says some of you are sponsoring NLC and protests against his government.
maybe that was learned from the APC in 2012 during the what's it called?
AC and them,
2013, 2014. Maybe they learned from them. And that was the era. You forgot what happened. They were calling a former president's wife, uncomplimentary names. What is it that they said in 2013, 2014 that is not playing out, today?
Well, I remember one very strong one then, which really caused political uproar everywhere, when there was a remark made that Jonathan was running a kindergarten presidency.
So what are we running now? You ask yourself. What we're running now is worse than a kindergarten presidency. What we're running is a juvenile presidency.
Well, interesting times ahead of us, but the nation is reeling from these economic reforms that President Tinubu has brought in place. And he says it's a temporary measure. You could see him with Ruben Fashoranti, the Afenifere leader, and he was saying that, look, I know that there have been protests, including in my region where I come from, but these are temporary economic reforms that will soon be seeing the outcome, the beautiful things, the destination that we're going to. How soon do you think we should believe President Tinubu to take us to the promised land?
First of all, I don't believe him that these are temporary measures. I don't believe that these measures, these policies were well thought through. They are haphazard, and he didn't look at the implications of some of the things that he did, the timing, and all of that. So, because if he did, why would the expansion of government, taking the ministerial distance to 48, right? The biggest in the history of Nigeria, and you're talking about cutting costs.
Yeah, this is a country reports.
This is a country where 97% of our revenue is spent on loan, on servicing. Interest of loan, not the loan itself, not the principal. And then you saw the convoy in Lagos. Those vehicles were Toyota brand. I didn't see any Innocent. I didn't see Nord. Your colleague, Rufai was talking about what happened to Made in Nigeria. Back then when we were young, in school, we were using Chinese, T-shirts, for sporting this. Once anybody drags you or this in it, the thing gets torn. But they improved over time. They shut their border. We don't need to close our border, but we can use policy, to ensure that the things that come into Nigeria are essentially what we need. And these are money that you're borrowing. The Senate, which is part of this government, because you cannot remove the National Assembly from this government, 160 million for a vehicle, a Jeep, in this season, when Nigerians, having a multidimensional poverty and hunger. Hunger is on all fours, walking all over these, cities. Crime is on the upsurge. You saw what happened, was it in Lagos, the other day, over the weekend? A thief passed through the sewage to rob, a place in an estate. And they discovered that, and they were able to apprehend him. And it's happening all over the place.
And so what alternatives are you offering? I mean, you are the opposition and you're supposed to be loyal to the country. If it were in the UK, I mean, you say Her Majesty or His Majesty's loyal opposition. I mean, shouldn't you be providing alternative, policy alternatives?
We are providing alternatives.
If Tinubu says this and it's not working well, what would you have done better if you were in government?
We are providing, I mean, if you look at the engagement that we have had, there's none of them listening. We are providing alternatives on a daily basis. The question is, are they even capable of deciphering, what we are saying? Are they prepared, for this? I mean, it's like somebody who didn't pass through school. How would the school pass through you? You didn't learn, you learned nothing. So this fabled Tinubu system was, I mean, I think the man was, it was just a make-believe.
Well, and to think that Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar, your principal, were colleagues, they were almost in the same line of political thinking at some point in time. Shouldn't it be time for friends to help friends? I mean, with ideas. If Tinubu has run out of ideas, shouldn't Atiku Abubakar provide help to a friend in need?
This is not about Atiku Abubakar and Tinubu. This is about Nigeria. And I believe that, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, as a patriot, has used, all available, opportunities that he has to be able to pass, a message across. Listen, diversity, inclusiveness is a tool for national unity. Do you understand what I'm talking about? It is. I'm tempted to conclude that there is a deliberate policy, which wasn't started by the Tinubu, then Buhari, to ensure that the southeast of Nigeria is, under, perpetual, crisis. Why do I say that? Why is it that years after, Sunday Igboho just buried his, mother, he had the benefit of burying his mother. Nnamdi Kanu did not. He was in detention. So Sowore is free, man. The court has just struck out, the matter that the federal government took him to court. Colonel Dasuki became a free man about 2 years or thereabout ago. What is it that Nnamdi Kanu did that they didn't do? Or perhaps the reason why he's still in detention is that his name is Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not a supporter of separatist. I don't promote separatist agenda. But what is good for the geese is good for the gander. We must take cognizance of the fact that as long as Nigeria is one entity and we are one people, what applies to Sumner must apply to Paul Ibe. Otherwise, anybody that thinks they're going to ride on the back of others to achieve their agenda, as far as this Nigeria is concerned, like I'm saying, as long as we remain the country that we are, that person is, has something.
All right, very well said. And of course, Buhari has said that time that voting actually has consequences. So if the Southeast didn't vote for him, he felt that the Southeast was just a dot in the circle.
When the elections are over, whether a group voted for you or not, whether an individual voted for you or not, you have a responsibility to them. I mean, he just said that he has a responsibility. And that responsibility includes to those who didn't vote for him.
Well, that's for patriotic leaders, actually, people who want to build a nation.
Including the President and his Minister of Transport, who expresses the desire to see other subnational governments initiate projects like these.
One of the ongoing transformation has been the transportation system. Focus on the people. This is one example of an agency out of bureaucracy that works. Well guided, well committed, a well-designed blueprint. It has worked across 4 administrations. For this revolution that is started, these reforms that is ongoing, we're not looking back. Because it's about people, the engineering, reconstruction, reaffirmation of our pledge to be loyal to our country. That's one thing I know definitely, is that there's a very bright light at the end of the tunnel.
From the red, green and purple lines are also in the works in what the Lagos State authorities describe as an elaborate plan to cover the entire city of commerce with an effective metro rail service. Tokumbo Oyetunji, Arise News, Lagos.
Right, great news for Lagos State. Congratulations to the president and then the Lagos State governor and of course all Lagosians on the commissioning of the Red Rail Line. Dr. Wat, it's so good to see you and welcome back. We'll fire your take on this. And of course, let's not forget the jab that the president threw at Labour.
Oh, we'll put everything in it. Number one, let me start with the good part because I'm going to throw my jabs too this morning. Wait for it. So let me start with the good parts. Congratulations to Lagos State. I mean, I'm really excited about the Lagos Red Rail Line. Lagos leads the way. And it shows when other state governors were there to come and learn from Lagos how to do big projects like this. Some critics of the project will say, okay, better late than never. This ought to have been done many years ago. And at some point, we stalled on this. In fact, some people will say this is 40 years late because the dream was laid out by Alhaji Lateef Jakonde that did so much in just 4 years. And we commend Lateef Jakonde. You know, but we almost importantly commend the governor, Governor Sanwo-Olu, they're having the fortune to be able to carry it through. This will use diesel at its height. It will pick up about 500,000 passengers, 37 trips daily, probably in the next 6-7 months, based on the antecedents of the last one, or maybe even less than that. It should be fully functional. I'm happy it passes through the airport, so commute time to the airport, brilliant. I mean, you might not necessarily be able to miss flights again if you can get on the train on time, so we're happy about that. I mean, very good. It's Lagos Day in the sun, and congrats to Lagos, and congrats to those that were able to do it financially and structure it. And also congrats to President Bola Tinubu, and I'll say why, because the Lamata, for what it is today, was President Bola Tinubu's vision, that, heralded Lamata and everything. So congrats to him. These are some of the reforms he made when he was governor. So congrats to him. He's Day in the sun. He takes the glory for that. But let me throw my jab. I think what President Tinubu said is the most insensitive thing I've heard the president say in recent time. Why is Labour going on strike? Because government failed in their promises. Isn't it shocking that President Tinubu now doesn't even understand what it means for government to constantly fail in their promises to people, and people don't trust government again? This was the same government that had 16 agreements that never met it, those agreements. Wage awards, they never paid. It was only when Labour wanted to go on strike, they started paying some of the wage awards only last week to civil servants. CNG buses today is a case of publicity. Nowhere to be found. So you think if you meet your agreement and Labour go on strike, we Nigerians will say, oh, Labour, you are wrong. Then we'll support the government. But Labour has a ground to go on strike because government has failed. And most of his policies have brought hardship to Nigerians. And he said he takes full responsibility just yesterday. Secondly, the part that he said that I don't understand is President Tinubu now trying to turn this into politics. That's why I said it's a height of insensitivity. You've not given Nigerians food, they've been power, you're talking about 2027 elections. You're distracting the matter. And for him to say, if Labour wants to run in 2027, that in 9 months is too early for having strikes. Really? This same President Tinubu that went with a couple of people that went ahead to start the 2012 massive strike for 12 days. For 14 days. President Jonathan was how many months in office? He was sworn in 29th of May 2011. By 2012 January, President Tinubu and a couple of other people, as he was shut down the country. So, does he forget that he did that? And let me even shock you. This was the same President Jonathan that, as at the 2011 elections, he aligned with President Jonathan. So just after the strike has started, if the country is good, nobody will go on strikes. So please, let me just remind him. I'm done. I'm done. They say I should keep quiet.
No, they didn't.
Well,
Keep quiet.
First, congratulations to the people of Lagos State, because it's the people that are going to benefit from this vision this dream realized, to use the phrase by President Tinubu when he was inaugurating the first phase of the Red Line. And he also witnessed the signing of the documents for the planned second phase. And of course, this would help with transportation in Lagos State.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. It's good to be back here again. Happy New Month to every one of you right there. I appreciate you all, my wonderful people. Today is Friday, 1st March 2024. Thank you very much, my people. I have to quickly come in now because when I watched this video, this particular broadcast of Arise earlier on, that word from Rufai saying that they said I should keep quiet. You know, some of us might take it lightly, but who? Because I normally, although I always hear them talking to them on their headphone, on their earpiece or something like that. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, hearing other people talking to them and all that, but who told him to keep quiet while he was trying to talk? Because if you see the way he stopped, you know, it was like automatic, you know, and you know, Rufai, when I know Rufai, he complained, come and say, they said I should keep quiet. So, you know, he's telling this guy like case, Rufai like case, to be honest. He said they said I should keep quiet. So Nigerians people know I'm under pressure one way or the other. But nevertheless, I thought I should bring that in so that it will be part of the things that we're going to be talking about today. I appreciate you all right there, my people. Please help us to do your part. Press on the like button. Help us to share as well. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, good evening to you, Mommy. Happy New Month to you. Thank you very much for everything and all you do. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my wonderful people right there. Okay, let's move on. I want you to listen to Tinubu here quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for talking to the BBC. First of all, how are things going with you with the campaigning?
Things are going very well. I'm very, very confident and that this election, free and fair, I'm the front runner. And that is why I'm getting many arrows.
We'll talk about one or two of the arrows in a bit. Let's talk about your priorities. If you do win the elections in February and you're sworn into office come May 29th, what are your priorities?
Security and economic recovery to accelerated development, to get Nigeria employed and get inflation down. Monetary policy needs to be changed. Subsidy needs to be decided upon and removed.
Security is a big problem for many Nigerians. And I remember in this very room in 2015, I asked President Muhammadu Buhari when he was campaigning about that issue. And he said, well, we know what we're going to do. We know what we're going to do. The problem still persists. What are you going to do specifically?
It actually reduced. I will defend him.
Okay. Una hear what Tinubu talk for there on insecurity when the anchor right there was blaming Buhari of insecurity during his own tenure. But Tinubu said, I will defend him. He reduced, insecurity reduced in Buhari's tenure. Listen to that again.
What are you going to do specifically?
It actually reduced. I will defend him. Best. I can't run away from him being my friend, my leader in the party. I will not.
Okay, sir. I mean, when you talk about money generated in Lagos, I want to come to your own personal self. When you talk about, you're a very wealthy man.
How do you know?
Well, I mean...
you are not my accountant.
I'm not in your account, but this is speculation, and it's fine. You can actually rebut it or not. When I look at some publications, they say they're worth 4 billion, some is even more than that, but you refuse to explain where your wealth comes from. I know where you live in Lagos. It's a massive, sprawling mansion that takes up nearly a quarter of a street in a very expensive suburb. Why do you refuse? I mean, don't Nigerians have the right to know where the wealth of their next leader comes from?
Because they got to know how to analyze and how to ask questions, not in the accusatory format. Are they enemy of wealth? if they are not enemy of wealth, investment do yield. I have an example of a Warren Buffett, one of the richest men in the country, in America and in the world. He started from stock buying and brokerages. I inherited great real estate. I turned the values around. I'm not denying my worth. I've not been, I was the most investigated, the most accused governor in the opposition up to, from for 8 years and up to 2007. And since I left the office, I'm still there. I've not taken any government appointment, no government contract.
Yes, but some say the legacy you left in Lagos State was that, you were getting a share of the revenue that Lagos State was generating.
Hey, excuse me, share what? Have they proven it? The World Bank has, IMF has investigated the record in Lagos. What's wrong with them?
And I want to move away from that.
It's envy.
I think you've kind of explained that, and we don't have much time. If you were not running for president, sir, you have two main opposition candidates, Abubakar Atiku and Peter Obi, who people are saying, is the young upstart, and I mean that in a very positive way.
Young where?
Young upstart.
Have they been governor of Anambra 8 years?
Anyway, Your Excellency, if you weren't running for president, which of your two major opponents would you be voting for?
None.
Why not?
Because they are not as competent as any other person.
I believe so. Now remember this video, right? Many of you now. All right. Let's go to Peter Obi quickly.
Lagos.
All right, time now for the exchange. I sat down with the man you just heard about in that piece, Nigerian presidential candidate Peter Obi. I started out by asking him how he can live up to all the hopes that his supporters have.
Mr. Obi, thank you so much for being with us. You are certainly the most popular presidential candidate in Nigeria right now among young people. There is just so much momentum behind you. But here's the problem. Nigerians are used to being disappointed by their leaders. And when you think about some of the problems that are facing the country right now, they're systemic. I'm talking about corruption. I'm talking about oil theft. I'm talking about insecurity. I'm talking about the fiscal hole that Nigeria is in right now. Can all of that really be solved by one person?
Well, if you have a leader that is competent, have the capacity and commitment to start dealing with it, you're not going to solve it overnight. But there will be a clear, visible, measurable attempt to dealing with it. And they're things that are solvable. They're things that can be dealt with decisively. But you have to have a leader that, if you look at what he's been able to do in the past, you can say yes.
If indeed you do become Nigeria's next president. Nigeria, as you know, is broke. It is barely able to service its debt. It spends so much more than it earns. What are your plans? Just from a concrete perspective, what are your plans to take Nigeria's economy off of life support?
Well, a variety of things. One is that you have to deal decisively with the issue of security. It's impacting negatively on your economy today. You have to deal with it head on, because you have to get your farmers to go back to farm and start ensuring that the vast land of the north are invested, are cultivated on. You have to start pulling people out of poverty as quickly as possible. You have to reduce aggressively cost of governance and deal with the issue of corruption.
Anyone who knows anything about Nigeria knows that it has this embarrassing reputation of, despite the fact that it is Africa's largest oil producer, it imports refined fuel. What is your plan for transforming Nigeria's economy from a consumption economy to a production economy?
Let me use the issue of oil, for example. There's no reason why our refineries cannot work. There's no reason why we should not encourage private sector to build refineries and operate them. And they're not rocket science. It can be done as quickly as possible. You can use today decide to remove the fuel subsidy, use the resources to support critical areas of production, from critical infrastructure to education to supporting investment in refinery, which will be, like I said, done within a shortest possible time.
A lot of Nigerian presidents have come in and talked about revitalizing the manufacturing sector, investing in refineries, but change, as you know, has been very, very slow. Why is it going to be different with you? And what would you say were the biggest hurdles in making sure that all of the things that you've just listed come to pass?
Well, what people need to do is to go and look at what I promised as a state governor when I said I'm going to turn around education, health, pull people out of poverty, bring sanity and civility in governance in Anambra State, whether that happened or not. When I said we're going to save money, did we do that?
I want to talk about one of the other sort of major issues that Nigeria is dealing with, grappling with right now, and that is, of course, violence and insecurity. You can barely travel from one part of Nigeria to another without fearing for your life. And I'm talking about kidnapping, I'm talking about banditry, I'm talking about terrorism, I'm talking about Boko Haram. What is your plan for that?
You know, I did say that initially that what we need to first set down is issue of security. Because unless you have security, the farmers can't go back. You can't attract investment. Nobody will ever want to go to an insecure place. And you can deal with that. There's so many, you need to do a lot of work, reorganize your security architecture, ensure that there's multi-level policing. Issue of state police has to be decisively dealt with. There's so many things you need to do. You need to bring in more personnel into the security system, equip them properly, ensure that they are properly motivated to deal with the issue of security, because the need is the most important thing Nigeria needs today.
As you know, you and I are both Nigerian, we're both Igbos, we're both from southeastern Nigeria. Nigeria is a very hard country to hold together. You've got 200 million people, so many different tribes, so many different competing interests and ideas. And when you think about the fact that, you know, you're from the southeast, how easy is it going to be to rally Nigerians perhaps from the north behind you? That's got to be on your mind.
That is what it was yesterday. Another problem, because we have been able to elect people based on ethnicity, religion, my turn, connection, or one form of bias or the other, which brought us to where we are, or structure, which always says structure of criminality. That is what we want to dismantle now and ensure that the next election is based on character, capacity, competence, commitment to do the right thing. Nigeria is now not just in a physical mess, it is at the last stage to collapse. The people in the north don't have a secure place. They don't have good roads. They don't buy bread cheaper than people in the south. so is the people in the South. So all you hear about the ethnicity, religion, connection, my turn, is elite conspiracy to keep Nigeria underdeveloped. But now we've reached the edge. We can no longer continue this way.
Mr.
Wow. Everything we Peter Obi talk for there now with the face today. He say if we failed, to reclaim back our country at that time, that Nigeria hot. And how we did so? That is everything that we all are facing right now. Unfortunately, when person go they talk, nobody they listen, or some people not they listen. Even at this moment now, some satanic people the way they watch us right now, we go still criticize this man. Say, I beg, come on for there. I don't want to see your face upon what we are facing right now. So it's very unfortunate. We'll just continue to do our parts. All we want is a better Nigeria, a Nigeria where you and I will be proud of where we came from. But unfortunately, it's not like that right now, even though we are proud of where we came from, but it's not looking good over there. So let's say it's how it is. That is all I have for you guys today in terms of videos. I'd like to quickly take these articles so that we can start talking. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you right there. Thanks for your time with us today. Happy new month to you all. I'd like us to take it from here. Please do your part. Press on the like button. Help us to press on the dollar sign as well. Encourage what we do here. God bless you all, my people. So while I prepare this for you guys, because I'm going to start with articles that I have right here. Just bear with me. You know how it is. We don't really like running left to right when trying to present these articles, But nevertheless, I'm not gonna produce, or rather showcase more articles today, But let's start with Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka finally don't talk. He don't talk for for our matter. We will put it like that. He don't talk for our matter. So I say make I bring her come, as we see him, and so we showcase him for here. If you do bad, we show him. If you still do good, we'll still show him. If there's any kind of hypocrisy with your good, we'll still bring and come here, make you digest them on your own. I understand some of you on the backstage. Please bear with us, and let me quickly focus on this presentation here. As you can see, right, the hardship. Government should stop taking Nigerians for a ride. Well, let's show you in card. I talk that one. Finally, did I say the whole thing does the hit reach for weighing day? Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka has urged the government at all levels to desist from taking citizens for a fool so as to bridge the gap between leaders and the led. So I'm not going to take that, I'm just, in case you want to read more on Vanguard, I carry this one so you can go read more, and we'll take it from there. But nevertheless, I'd like to quickly take another one here as they come. I know some of you on the backstage. Please bear with me. Let me finish with this. I'll accept you on the screen shortly. Okay, you can see right there, hardship everywhere on the headlines. Anyway, hardship, Kaduna resident block BUA company truck carrying foodstuff, loot cartons of noodles. Now wow. When I see my brothers and sisters suffering like this, it's very, very heartbreaking. Hunger don't lead to that level now. Now they stop vans and everything for road. Now they collect food by themselves. This made many residents see the situation as an opportunity to loot the food items as they rushed to carry cartons of noodles loaded at the back of truck. Some residents of Zaria in Kaduna State on Friday looted several cartons of noodles from a movie truck loaded with foodstuffs belonging to the BUA company. Unfortunately, for me, I can't blame them. I don't know. I don't know about you guys listening to me, though. I can't blame these people. They're hungry. Let me move on, man. We see all these things. We talk about them, And I remember I said yesterday, we talk about beaners. So Nigerian government said they don't go arrest Binance. They are part of, they are the reason why the Naira is falling and all that, blah, 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 and all that. This government, remember that Senate President Akpabio came out the other day saying that they have shared 30 billion to governors, for palliative and all that. Before, some governors now came out to say, no, you lied, nothing like that. Then Senator Akpabio, Senate President now came out to say, oh, I'm so apologize. It was an error. Okay. Now, Binance don't come and now say, Nigerian government too, they lie. Listen, Nigerian government lied. No discussion about 10 billion fines. We won't pay ransom or damages if asked. Don't be saying that, don't ask them. But the article and the video from Arise, all of them were released yesterday. Nigerian government said they have sanctioned these people, they have arrested some of them, and they have decided, to place a sanction of 10 billion naira on them and all that, blah, 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 or whatever. But Binance don't come and now say there's nothing like that at all. They don't know where Nigerian government see this thing talk from. In fact, even though say they dare try to find us, we will not pay nothing. Binance Holding Limited said on Friday today that it was not in any talks with the Nigerian government about potentially paying up to $10 billion fine, contradicting a government spokesman statement to the BBC hours earlier. You see, there's no talk at all. So what is happening? What is happening? What is happening? You just go on television, go to BBC, go everywhere, telling the world what is not in existence at all. Binance now they talk now, say there's nothing like that at all. See person, this man, I see he still go channels as well. I see a video for channels yesterday. You don't be saying now they try to, yes, he go BBC, he go channels and all. Me, I see here at Cheung, they talk about this Binance yesterday. I reported it yesterday. We recently discussed ways to resolve issues with Nigeria, but we did not hear any demand for 10 billion. A Binance official told People Gazette shortly after the BBC said Bayo Ananuga reportedly announced the enormous penalties. You are announcing a penalties without having a discussion with Binance at all. I don't get that. God. Nigeria, things are just happening. The unfortunate part of it is that nobody can question these people. Nigeria is captured. We'll all talk for here. We'll stay at our house. Say good night, share, like, bye. That's all. Because the way it looks like right now, even though you catch them with lie, we talk about it one day, everybody move on. For example, the lie with Senate President lied the other day. How many of us are still talking today? How many Nigerians are still reflecting back on it again? Nobody. That is life. In fact, how many of us still they talk about better I do today? For example, how many of us? Olugbobi, the interior minister, how many of us they talk about that? So this is Nigeria for you. You just talk about it once, everybody embrace it. 24 hours later, everybody move on. This is why, in case you're not aware, this is why these guys do more. Because they already know that, yes, you can't do anything. You just talk. You go to channels, you go to Arise, or you talk on your social media platform. And at the end of the day, everybody move on. It's very sad. It's very sad because we don't have, nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Meanwhile, what do I know? Mr. Peter Obi said, other foreign and even local investors from establishing in the country. Yes, I know say this one with offer talk say many companies are moving out of Nigeria for long. Even more now are leaving. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the last general election, Mr. Peter Obi, has stated that business environment in Nigeria deteriorating continually under President Bola Tinubu administration. Peter Obi asserted that the development was discouraging other foreign and even local investors from establishing in the country. The former Anambra State governor made this known on X platform on Friday today, noting that the said situation could have been better managed through more rigorous thinking to design solutions for this situation we dug our economy into. He explained that the national greatness and development cannot be pursued in an atmosphere that discourages production, adding that they must ensure that they put measures in place through favorable fiscal and monetary policy implementation that we build a good business environment and encourage local and foreign production companies to do business and thrive in Nigeria. But that one is not there now. It went on. Statement read in part. Peter Obi, now they talk so. Last December, I lamented that sad exit of Procter and Gamble, the world's largest personal care and household product company from Nigeria, which followed by earlier remark on the exit of GlaxoSmithKline, GSK, one of the world's largest pharmaceutical companies from Nigeria. That one was last year. I remember we also reported it here. Then he went on. Yesterday, I read the disturbing audited report of Nesto Nigeria, which represented a huge loss in the company's history in Nigeria. This is a company that started operations in 1961 in Nigeria, in our country, a year after Nigeria independence, operating as Nesto Products Nigeria Limited. As of 10 years ago, in 2014, Nesto Nigeria had a revenue of 140 billion naira, about $1 billion, which at that time, which was about 1% of their global revenue of $100 billion then. Nigeria was destined to be one of their largest emerging markets. Their profit then was 26 billion naira, about $175 million. Nesto Products Nigeria Limited is part of Nesto Global Network, the world's largest food company operating in 188 out of 195 countries of the world, which marked capitalization of $275 billion and a global turnover above $100 billion. Having considered Nigeria to be strategic market for them, owing to our population, demographics, young and numbers, they built 3 factories in the country: Agbara, Shagamu, and Agbaji near Abuja. They also developed an ultra-modern warehouse at Agbara, which further shows the strategic place of Nigeria to the company. In recent financial report, however, following the collapse of the Naira exchange rate to the dollar, their revenue has gone down to a third of what it was in 2014, about $300 million was still. They have now gone into a huge loss of $70 million under administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That is why they happen. So, to see such a company record a colossal loss of over 100 billion naira and also wipe off entire shareholders' capital by the losses they incurred. So they incurred a lot of debt, even now, say, if we have to continue. But to be honest, Peter Obi went on, trying to tell us the history, how they started, how everything was working, and to compare to right now under the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So I'm just going to stop that right there so that we can move on. It's very unfortunate that big companies that you and I grow up to know in our country, they are moving out swiftly. So I'd like us to quickly take this one here, just the headline though. Okay, I can see more people on the backstage. Unfortunately, the screen don't full, but once we start talking, if you can wait, we'll make a swap when it gets to your turn. OT relaunches social identification number in Abia State. Governor Oti, they work, not be small. The governor, Alex Oti, has relaunched its Abia State social identification number, ABSSIN, to enhance citizens' economic planning and tackle multiple taxation. Okay, I'm just going to leave that one right there as well. I believe, so Mr. Oti Dusty talks, the federal government printed too much money. That is why we are where we are today. So let's quickly listen to Yeah. Thank you. Bear with us, people. Let me put this on the screen.
That a major. I'm a member of the National Economic Council, where we sit and discuss issues around the economy. And every idea that I have a platform to ventilate them at the National Economic Council. But I believe that a major problem we have is financial discipline. We are dealing with an economy where we printed so much money. At the last count, I think it must be nearing 30 trillion naira. So what typically happens with ways and means is that the quantum, the basket of goods that you have available in an economy does not increase with the quantity of money you print. So if you had 100 naira, that is the basket of goods will be 100 naira. If tomorrow you decide to print another 200 naira, that same basket of goods will still be worth 300 naira, even though it's 100 naira that is the value. So you find that it does not make economic sense. Maybe in the short run, you may print some money to fill some gaps, but when it becomes an economic policy where you just keep printing and spending money, you are just deceiving yourself, because that does not improve productivity. It does not improve the quantity of goods that you have available within the economy. This is just to break it down in a layman's language. So that is a major problem that we had faced. And that is also the main reason where we are battling with inflation, unemployment, and all the headwinds that we are dealing with. And then in terms of the foreign currency and the exchange rates, just like every other thing, the market functions on the basis of demand and supply. Anytime demand outstrips supply, prices will go up. Anytime supply outstrips demand, prices will go down. So anything that happens in between is about the policy options that you have chosen. So that the exchange rate, which in this case is price, is going up, is because something is happening between demand and supply. Demand is not reducing, supply is not increasing.
All right, that is Governor Oti right there. Let me see if I have more for you guys. I think we are almost done. Don't worry, we're going to start hearing from the people right now. Okay, yes, that's it. That's it, my people. I appreciate every one of you. I've done my part today. Please help us to press on the like button, help us to share. As we're going to start hearing from our wonderful people right now. More people just join us right there. May God bless you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. Happy weekend to you all, and happy new month to every one of you. Efrata Catfish, I can see you right there, madam. Thanks for joining us. Comfort, Bebe, thanks for joining us. Good evening to you. Abo Azi, good evening to you, sir. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate you all. And God bless you, my people. So let me pick some calls quickly. You know, yesterday we could not give opportunity for people to call in because of the phone, but we are good now. Thank you, Mr. Ben, for calling in, my brother. Good evening to you
and your family.
Thank you. Thank you.
And good afternoon to every members on the panel. Madam Patricia, I see you. Madam Luke, to Nigeria, my brother, Mr. Alex, Mr. Chuck, Odua, Engineer Francis. I wish you guys all the best of the new month. You know, we are doing an amazing job, you know, on this platform. There's no other platform that is comparable to what we have, and we are growing from strength to strength every day. I just want to say, you know, God bless you all for everything that you do. We are all here to make sure that Nigeria gets better. since we've been born. We haven't enjoyed anything from our government. I actually wish that, Peter Obi was the president, because if you notice what's going on right now, Alex Otti is using the exact blueprint of Peter Obi. What Peter Obi would have done on a national scale is what Alex Otti is implementing in his states. I just pray that other governors, irrespective of the party that they belong to, would borrow a leaf from what Alex Otti is doing in his states and start improving the lives and fortune of their citizens in that country. Because at the end of the day, no matter where we are, that is still our country. I don't want Nigeria to be divided. I don't want us to have any kind of conflict or war. Our problem from time immemorial has been our leadership, our government. We have enough money in that country. Look at what is happening to Binance. Look at what is happening to the economy. Trillions, millions of US dollars every single day. That's what you hear on the news. It shows you that Nigeria has the money and the financial capacity to turn the fortune around. But our problem is implementing those plans. But I pray, because this is a new month, and I'll speak life into that country, that no matter what is going on, our nation, Nigeria, shall be great. Whether in our generation or in the next generation, our nation, Nigeria, will be great. Thank you very much, Juan. Great to see you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ben. God bless you. Thanks for the prayers. Thanks for the encouraging words. God bless you. All right. We have more people calling in already. Let me take more calls. Augustine, you're on the backstage as well. I will get back to you, sir, when it gets to your turn. Thank you very much, my wonderful people. Yes. Hello. Can you hear me? Oh, I missed that. Okay. Chigozie, you tried calling in, but I couldn't hear you. But let me call you back quickly if you are there. Chigozie, pick. Okay, thank you, my brother. Thank you, Chigozie. How are you doing today?
Hello, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, sir.
Thank you.
Happy New Month.
Thank you. How are you doing, my brother?
Good. Well, we thank God for sparing our life.
All right. Thank you very much. You're doing a great job. Co-Waste TV. God bless you, my brother. Talk to us.
Thank you so much. Good evening to everyone in the house. It's been a great pleasure to be part of this program. You see, I've listened to all the video replay you just played out.
Yeah.
You see, what Governor Otti or Dr. Otti was saying is not embedded truth. You see, I recall those days in university. No university will confer you any honors except they consider you, of course, being worthy in learning and character. So it is not just about ranting and making empty noise. You see, what you don't have, you can't give. Tinubu don't have the competence, you don't have the managerial skill, of course, and the problem-solving skill. He doesn't understand what it takes. No wonder he could speak to the Labour Congress in such a manner. You see, people who are suffering, who are passing through the worst economic mishap in the history of humanity, where you see a derica of rice is 1,600, something that have never happened in the history of Nigeria. You see a bag of rice, 90,000, and people are protesting, expressing their grievances, calling the attention of the government on the needs to act proactively as a matter of urgency, and you are insulting the intelligence of your listeners. In fact, that to me is not a surprise, because I told people that this government will be an apology. You see, comparing to Buhari's regime, this will be the worst. And thank God I'm being dedicated today. What you don't have, you can't give. And I'm still surprised that people are expecting something different from this administration. We have seen it all. The Mr. Capacities or whatever they call themselves. I have no problem with the person of Tinubu as a person, but my worries is that You can't take up a job you know that you are not qualified for. You are not even prepared for it, let alone qualifying for it. So Nigeria is, of course, in a wilderness journey, a wilderness experience. Look at what is happening. People are hungry on the streets. People are falling and dying. Look at our mothers. Virtually everybody is a victim of this, whatever is happening today. People are begging as if there is no tomorrow. You see? And there is not any measures on the part of the government to cushion the effect of this. Of course, we told Nigerians that we have exhausted, of course, and have run out of ideas. So Nigerians are stuck in this state of motionless despair. We have not seen the worst. Rather than things getting better, it is aggravating on daily basis. People are hungry. People can no longer afford a daily meal, my brother. With what you are seeing here, it is something that is very worrisome. The young and old are crying. Imagine somebody is being paid 30,000 minimum wage, which is I describe as a killing wage. You see, it will get the person hypertensive. When you think, how can you solve the mathematics with 30,000? You are not talking of transportation. You are not talking. I mean, it needless to think or start pondering over what you can do with 30,000, where you cannot even afford a common meal for a family of 4, just in a week. So, and the government is there just making noise, threatening people and all that, because you are clueless. Look at what Dr. Ochi is doing. Just about the same time they were sworn in, of course, about the same time, December May 29, and look at the level of transformation that is going on in Abia State. You see, Abia State are now enjoying a new lead. You see, from Dr. Ochi. You see, and this man, the Tinubu, who happens to be the president, is now crying. With the same allocation, part of the allocation was given to Abia State. They are utilizing it. Ochi is utilizing it, building the first state-of-the-art electric power plant. That for 72 hours, there was no power interruption in Abia State, in Aba City, which no state in the whole federation have ever broken such records. And here we have a president who is telling the level, the entire Nigerians, that he shouldn't be judged by, of course, his performance in the last 9 months. It is quite insulting and very unfortunate that
Thank you.
we are trapped in this mess.
Thank you.
Quite unfortunate.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chigozie, for your time with us today. Yes, thanks for your submission. Yes, it's very, very unfortunate, and it's going to get worse. So that's the part of it. That's the truth. That's the realistic statement that we all should know, that yes, it's certainly going to get worse. So if you are looking for this to get better soon, yeah. But nevertheless, let's move on. I appreciate every one of you right there. I'd like to go to my panelists now quickly before I come back to callers again. Let me call on the first person on the panel. Luke. Luke. I don't know. Okay, Mother Luke, go ahead after you account to Mr. Alex. Thank you very much, Mother Luke. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us today. Please talk to us. You have 8 minutes.
I will always yield to Mr. Alex.
Okay.
Hello.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Alex, please unmute yourself. I forget so you did that before, but nevertheless, go ahead. Good evening to you, my brother.
Madam Luke, thank you for your sensitivity. Thank you. It's really a state of Pisma Disma here in Benin City. It's a state of Igidi Prigidi, Uga Moga, and Laborare Sorare. A complete mess is what we are going through here. So I want to say thank you for yielding for me to make my Baba City. Mr. Najawa, thank you for giving us your Zimbabwean Harare Thank you for being our media pichichi, our media colossus. Thank you for all you do. It's a privilege to be here. For me, it's not a right. That is how I was trained. When you see somebody doing what you cannot do and you are called along, you should be grateful. So, my dear fellow panelists, I learned from you. We learn from each other. We may disagree sometimes. We are one, fighting for a better country or fighting for better countries that may emerge from the dissolution of this fraudulent amalgamation orchestrated by Flora Shaw and Lord Lugar, her boyfriend. So we are going to have a collusion with this, Buckingham Palace food that they are always serving to Nigerians. Where are the people who were shouting turn by turn, Najagaba turn, turn by turn, be wait for your turn. So it's turn by turn for the hunger. It's turn by turn for the increment, increasing or accelerating insecurity. Turn by turn of wickedness. Turn by turn of kidnapping. Turn by turn of rascality, financial rascality, borrowing without accountability. Turn by turn of the dollar, going against the naira as if it's a third world war. Turn by turn of lamentation of citizens across board, from the east to the north to the south, everybody. Professor Mahmoud should be ashamed of himself. It's turn by turn, yes. It's Jagaban turn. Clueless, governments, clueless cabinets, or wicked and heartless cabinets. Now the Kanu is in jail because he wanted to avoid all these things going on. The same thing Ojukwu did, exactly the same thing. Ojukwu wanted the separation peacefully for us to live as neighbors like Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Finland. These are all neighbors. You can access each of these countries I just mentioned just by 45 minutes by flight or 1 hour by flight. I've been there. I don't know what is wrong with the black man leadership. Turn by turn, where is the one that said, if Tinubu fails, hold me responsible? Where is he? He has gone into oblivion, social and political oblivion, economic oblivion. He has vanished from the social media. Because right now, he knows that it is going to only get worse. So when people do not have intellectual capacity, you will know. Just a matter of time, you will know. People always fail in the middle of their journey. People fail like when they are very close to their ending. But this one has started failing from the very beginning. What I have always said, leadership is very easy. It's very easy. It's just the wickedness of the Nigerian black politicians. Yes, you may argue they come from us. Not all of them come from us. Some of them come from other places to come and claim to be Nigerians. Some of them come from other places. They are not Nigerians. Your president could not prove that he's a Nigerian. He had a Guinea-Conakry passport. He could not prove it. He had to buy his way. Most of the senators are not even, they are not from Nigeria. And you know this. You know it. A true Nigerian is Alex Oti of Abia State. That's the true son of the land. A true Nigerian is Mr. Peter Obi. Yes, former governor. He's not a saint, but he's not a criminal too. So true Nigerians are those who formulated and gave birth to the, Obi Dati movement. These are Nigerians. Nigerians are the ones working across the globe to sustain the Nigerians back home. We call them diaspora. Diasporans built Japan after the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bomb. Diasporans brought Japan on its feet. Diasporans are building India as we speak. Diasporans joined forces with other countries to fight against the oppressive, repressive, apartheid government of South Africa. Diasporans fought for the Namibians, Zimbabweans, and so on and so forth. So we will continue talking. Don't be misled. Mad people have kidnapped the Nigerian government. So when we continue to talk, listen, learn, and join the movements. The movement is still on. So long Obi's voice is still on, the movement is still on. Nobody ever told you it was going to be spontaneous, extempore and impromptu. No. Movement sometimes takes 27 years, 30 years, 10 years, 5 years. Movement is a movement. Takes time. We are even happy Mr. Obi is not in jail. So I'm very grateful to God for the opportunity he has given all of us to see the truth, to see the light. Like somebody just said, you can't give what you don't have. You can't give when you don't have love in your heart. What drove the Europeans to build Europe is love for their land and for their citizens. What drove American leaders to develop America is love. Every time they speak, you hear, God bless America. America first. God bless America. God bless America. Why is that? Immediately you see that flag, the body language of everybody around will change. That is people from the land. They are not foreigners. Yes, their parents must have migrated. Yes, but most of them were born and raised in that land. So the people you have in your government houses, most of them are from Niger Republic. Some of them are from Guinea Conakry. Some are from Benin Republic. All sorts of places. And you are wondering, Nigerians are these? They are not from among us. They are not from among us. You can't take a child to Dangote company for 40 years and import him back to Benin City to be a governor and expect that child to develop the land. It's a different case than me, who grew up there, who has been in traffic for 6 hours, who knows the meaning of driving on a bad road, who experiences the Igwe festival every year, who knows the sanctity and the sacrosanct nature of culture and royalty, who knows the yearnings of our market women, who grew up with my mother at the market places. I must go to market with my mom before I go to school. I know what it is to be an Edolite. Same thing happening at the federal level. You have strangers. They've kidnapped power. Buhari did it, went scot-free with it. But yet he's not free. He's not free. I've seen countries going to put chains on the graves of bad leaders, arresting them even in their grave. I've seen countries, arresting leaders at the age of 99 years, putting them to jail for 2 months, 3 months before they die. So he's not free because the younger ones are watching. The younger ones are watching. Children are watching. Thank God, some of us like me, we have knowledge of history. If there's anything I'm blessed with, it's a retentive memory of history. Yesterday, Obi came out with all he had, with his money, with his ideas, with his team, won over Nigerians, won elections in Abuja, beat them in Lagos, beat them in Edo States. Suddenly, they switched off beavers, cowards. They switched off beavers because they didn't see that coming. They thought it was business as usual. People took their money and voted against them. They had to resort to violence, burning down shops, kidnapping people, threatening people at polling units. Mahmoud had to wait until the midnight, like a thief, to announce results, made to be announced in the afternoon. We are watching them and we are seeing them so closely, waiting for the right time to do the right thing for our people. So, Duku of great memory, you can't develop Nigeria without visiting Aburi Accord and the Biafran Civil War. You just be fooling yourself. You can't do that without talking about restructuring, abolishing this strange 1999 constitution. You can't talk about that without having sanity in the leadership style. Discipline is what brought Singapore, Korea, Malaysia to where they are today. Some of them even have death penalties on corrupt politicians. Some of them, after being found corrupt, they just dropped a note and take their own lives. I'm not encouraging suicide, but that is how sanity came to these countries. And we are running to these countries. We don't want to pay the sacrifice they pay. So this is the only way out. Visit the remote causes of the Biafran Civil War. Everything Nnamdi Kanu was trying to fight against is what is happening now. Everything Ojukwu saw as an historian, called a meeting, is what is happening now. Ojukwu wanted a peaceful separation, but it escalated to war. So for me, I will never ever speak against the truth. The truth is here now. Look at an accused drug baron, somebody who dead on narcotics, forfeited $460,000. Those days, equivalent to $7 million right now. A Pablo Escobar, full flesh, became a Nigeria president. This is the, illiteracy, on display from those who claim to own Nigeria, the Northern Cabal. They took money from him allegedly, gave him what he wanted, and now everybody is crying. We will suffer it together. Let it continue. Let it burn. Let the country burn in anger. In hunger, suffering. Let everybody come together and tell ourselves the truth like we are gradually doing. Wole Soyinka came out. Was he not there? Mr. Wole Soyinka, can we meet on a Vabagogego repartee? Let's meet on a 10 minutes debate. Let me ask you some historical question. Were you not there in that meeting that Ojukwu called as a 22 years old, 21-year-old young man in the 1967, before the outbreak of the war, about separating Nigeria because the cultures were different, because the country was formulated by strangers, according to Ojukwu, that we can live as neighbors and develop, in our own pace? Were you not there? Were you not there also at the 11-story building in London on the 4th floor, according to El Mustafa, on a meeting that decided the life and the death of Sani Abacha. Were you not there, Mr. Wole Soyinka? Were you not also there when a particular tribe were being attacked in 2023 in Lagos? Their shops were burned down. People were killed. People were kidnapped. A lady's eye was almost blinded. She still struggled to go and vote. Were you not there? Were you not in Lagos? You lied, sir. With due respect, you lied that you traveled, but we have evidence that you were in Lagos. You saw those things. You kept quiet. So now you are beginning to cry out for decentralization. Those were your terminologies. I listened to your lecture. But now, because of the public outcry and the social media outcry, you are trying to redeem yourself. It's too late, sir. Keep your lecture to yourself. Your lecture will not bring back those who have been kidnapped and those who have been killed. Your lecture cannot make dollar and naira to be equal. Your lecture will not bring back the 160 million naira used to buy SUVs for National Assembly. Your lecture will not stop the beavers from being switched off in 2023 polls. Your lecture will not bring back those of our children, young men and women, vibrant experts who have traveled out of wicked policies in the name of the Jackpot syndrome. Where your lecture, Mr. Nobel laureates, will not make Nigeria to be good right now. You are coming too late. Redeeming yourself right now is too late. You've disgraced yourself. You've embarrassed yourself. You can see your media handle. You've lost many followers on your Instagram, on your social media, all the platforms. Now you want to redeem yourself by quickly organizing 11th hour, symposium or whatever you call it, or with in collaboration with is it Vanguard or whatever it is. But you have failed us. You failed our grandfathers' generation that you saw. You failed our fathers. You failed us, and you failed our children. When you ought to speak up, why didn't you question the beavers being switched off? Why didn't you question the case that went to Supreme Court about the 25%? Were you not alive, sir? And you are still alive. Nigerians are going through a lot. Is this the Nadeco you guys fought for? Why did you fight Abacha? That he was looting money. This is worse than looting. Abacha looted money, but you people and Tinubu are looting people's lives and people's future. Who is worse? Abacha is like a saint before God, before you people right now. Nigerians are suffering and they continue to suffer until we come out in unison, driven by hunger and passion to survive, which is a human instinct. That we must tell ourselves the truth and restructure this country, break the country into whatever pieces it's going to be. Do not worry about how we're going to govern ourselves. I've heard some idiosyncrasies, some hypotheses that if you let Biafra go, the Igbos will fight themselves. They are never united. Igbos are not the only one in Nigeria. Edo people want to go. We had the kingdom before. We want to go too. Middle Belt want to go. Oduduwa, Yoruba people, Igbo is out now. He wants to go. Showore is advocating for a better country. Everybody have something to say because the hunger is touching everybody. So, Nigeria Watch, I want to thank you for this time. And let me quickly touch on what Mr. Peter Obi said about big companies leaving, especially the medical companies. You see, this is what you get when rascals, when people who deal on drugs and people who are clueless, heartless. The greatest way of measuring development for me is the prices of the cheap of staple food in the markets. Staple food, bread, meals, rice. They don't care. They don't even go to marketplaces to have a rapport once in a while. I've seen leaders in different countries. Once in a while, they just stop at the supermarket by themselves to do a little shopping with their daughters or their grandchildren or their wives or their cousins. They just stop. And they buy a few things, not because they can't send somebody, but they just want to confirm certain things in collaboration with the economic or finance minister or ministry of commerce. Leaders don't have passion. They don't read books. It's all about buying cars. So you know that you ran out of ideas, Mr. Tinubu. You were buying cars for 160 million naira for one person, times over 1,000 people at the National Assembly. And now you are talking about running out of ideas. You opened your eyes and bought a presidential yacht for over 6-point-something billion naira. You funded the first lady's office that does not exist in the Nigerian constitution with more than 9 billion naira buying cars. This is the cluelessness of people who are not leaders. Leaders hit the ground running. Leaders assemble people from all regions when they enter office. to try to talk about the problems, the pressing needs. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana did it. Sankara did it as a military guy. Muammar Gaddafi did it. Under Gaddafi, there was no homeless person in Libya. In Gaddafi's time, fuel was just 20 cents for the Libyans. In his time, education was free. Every Libyan citizen received stipends, about $2,000 from every year from the government. Once you are getting married, the government gives you $50,000 free from the oil money. That's the country in Africa because Gaddafi loves his people. Forget about the boogaboo, the fallacious hypothesis given to you by the foreign countries that is a terrorist. No, when you don't dance to the tune of World Bank, IMS, suddenly they term you a terrorist. The same thing they did with other countries. So that was a man who single-handedly turned a desert into a mini garden of Eden in the heart of Africa. So the leadership we have in Nigeria is what we continue to speak truth to power. In spite of their agents, they sent to different platforms to try to cajole us or try to, deceive us with all sort of English. The woman in the marketplace does not know English language. She wants to buy her food and sell. The bus driver does not buy fuel with English language. They just want to work, pay their taxes and survive. The teacher in the classroom cannot survive with 30,000 naira minimum wage. She just wants increment so that she can give her best. All the young people who are living in the country does not know English language. They just want a place where they can thrive. Look at them thriving everywhere they go. So Nigeria we are here and we continue to talk. Nelson Mandela did it for over 30-something years before he succeeded. We've not even started at all. So I will leave it here. As usual, this is my own logomaki, and my logomaki I live here with our political logo apache. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please, I don't know what to say now. I'm very confused. You know why? May God bless this elect 1 million times. And
Amen.
even, what are you saying again today? Let him continue. Because he has said almost the mind of people who are intelligent in Nigeria. Blessed people. That's the mind of the people he has said now. I will, from today, my brother, I will start respecting that guy. Honestly. Only that I don't know him, but I know him today. God bless him. Bless you also. Bless your mom. Bless all the panelists. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. He always said that. That's his stand right for time. So he's been with us now for like 3 years or more. So that's his identity. He stands for a better Nigeria, how Nigeria can be better. And we all have been fighting this together, but it's not working. Then divide it. If you want to divide it, let everybody go. I like the fact that Mr. Alex mentioned everybody that is agitating to go. Let them go. It's not working, man. Thank you very much, my wonderful people. I appreciate you all, and God, I will bless you now. I'd like to quickly appreciate Peter Ife. Thank you very much for the super chat earlier on. May God bless you. I appreciate you all. Guys, press on the dollar sign. Now, be that sign. It is scare now. I don't understand, just press it, encourage us here. And those of you that is praying for us on the comment section, God bless you all. I appreciate you all, and I say big amen to that. I saw so many prayers right there. God bless you. Thank you. It's a collective effort. We all are putting all this effort together to see how we can have a better Nigeria in our time. Yes, I can see Martina Obasuyi TV with us today again. Thank you very much, madam. God bless you. Good evening to you. Sakari, I can see right there. Thank you, Rosie Ayosh, and many others right there. In case I'm not mentioning your name, just understand with us. I'll showcase many names, and the one why they see quickly, now they call so. But I'm going to go on the panel to call on the next people right there. Guys, help us to press on the like button. Let me check the like because I remember monitoring it earlier on. Currently, our like is on. Let me quickly check. We have 22. That is 220 likes, and we have over 790 watching us. Nigeria Watch have about 600 there. So please press on that like. It's still not good enough. Compared to the people that is watching us, is not good enough. It doesn't mean I'm not appreciating those of you that have hit on the like already. God bless you all. But if you know, you never press on the like, just do that. Thank you very much, my people. Madam Luke, please talk to us, man. Good evening to you.
Hello again, Mr. Elvis. How are you doing again?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Thank you very much. Happy New Month.
Happy Friday. Happy New Month. Hello, Mommy Diaspora, my fellow panelists, co-commentators, and callers and viewers at large. It's another wonderful day today where we have to get some therapy here on the platform in face of more hopelessness. Okay, we started with Call Waves TV. Of course, you know it's going to be lamentations, but on this time, it was like a backfire to those who said Obi, as an evil man, can never be president. And the people on the call waves, they were like, okay, good. You have had your Emilocom, and look at how woefully you're performing. In that, regardless, Obi would have done better if he was a president. So that was just a intro. And then you now went to do the recapitulation. What Mr. Tinubu had told Nigerians before the elections. And he was particularly called in to see where he made it, because he was boasting that he never had any position, he never took any contract from government, yet he survived. The interviewer was asking him that how did he make his money? He couldn't answer that. He was telling them that, and she tried to point to him that he held Lagos hostage and was bleeding them dry financially with underhand tax. And the only excuse he had was that there was no proof, and nobody could prove it. Vintage of a drug dealer.
And he also added that maybe the people asking are enemy of wealth.
Exactly. Where he cannot even explain where he got his wealth from. He could not even articulate where he got his wealth from. When he was being interviewed, I just had to hold myself, because he was just disgracing himself further. No different from the way he acted in Chatham House. And then you put it side by side with our real president, Peter Obi, and when the youth were speaking, and Peter Obi just said that that Nigerians should vote on the basis of character, competence, capacity, and commitment to make the country better. And he was committed to destroying the structure of criminality, which has taken a new turn under Tinubu's government. Like you said, Mr. Niger Watch, we can't hear nothing about Better Edu. She's sitting comfortably in her office, and there's nobody that can do anything about it. That suspension is not going to hold, because as long as they don't bring Tunji Ojo and Femi B. Miller in there, you know that is just going to go under the rug. He also said that the refineries should be working and improving the private sector. And of course, the youth came out en masse supporting Peter Obi before the elections, but you can see all their hopes were dashed. And now we are just like in a state of perpetual hopelessness. And then you now brought your articles, or you now told us that Obi also told us that many companies are leaving. And you also showcased an article for that. Why would they not leave? Why would they not leave? It will be hard to get investors to come into Nigeria at this rate. They only can hang on to people like Binance and content creators to see if they can squeeze money from them. And then Vanguard features Wole Soyinka about hardship. And I think another article I had posted 2 days ago, he had said that it was time for the government to decentralize. He didn't want to use the word restructure. He was not calling for decentralization. And now, the government should stop taking people for granted because of the hardship. Like Mr. Alex said, where was he when Tinubu was running roughshod over INEC and the judiciary to give us this illegitimate government we have today? To the extent that Mr. Vice Principal Dati Baba Ahmed came out and told us that do not swear this man in. If you do, we're going to go into a state of anarchy because the government is illegitimate. They went ahead after him, closed down his law school. The man has never showed his face over there since then again, because his feeling the victimization of free speech, even though he's telling the truth. So, Wole Soyinka, I'm happy that you are reaping what you sow, be it your fellowship on the social media or whatever, your conscience. Well, we don't have any accolades for you because you were part of the people that brought this evil, satanic government to power because you did not speak the truth to power. And now you're coming now that you have graduated and to the fullest scale, you've come full circle. And now you want to pacify the public. Nobody's impressed because the harm has already been done and it's too far gone. Now the Kaduna blockade of the stealing of the, this is just the beginning. Where people will start raiding, anything you see as trucks, you raid until you raid the one that has drugs in them. And then that will be bad market. People cannot even carry trucks from one part of Nigeria to the other because there are people who are hungry, waiting to offload those trucks and steal them. And you notice this would only happen in certain places. Only the North will get away with this. You can try that in the South. Maybe Lagos. But the Southerners, we're not there yet to be raiding trucks. But I'm going to say that this is going to happen more often because people are hungry. And very, very hungry. Now, we know that the government is just a government of lies. The Binance or Beaners have come out to say that the government actually lied. That they're in talks, but they're not nowhere giving them anywhere 10 billion for as a fine for whatever procedures they're doing or whatever trading practices they're doing. Then again, we see how these people lie and just tell us what the real situation is, and people come out and just call them on their lies. You cannot get any truth from the Tinubu government. Back to Alex Oti. He's doing what he does best. He has not set up a ID system in Abia for taxation purposes, and he has called on the government, like we said yesterday. Where you see those fluctuating and those dollar to naira ratio, this is the effect of overprinting money. Ways and means. You just print money and then the money has no value. So, lack of financial, he also said that Nigeria is suffering because of lack of financial discipline. And I have read somewhere, I think it was one of the Callwaves TV shows that you did not feature on this forum. They had stated that the deep sea port and the international airport, Alex Oti wasn't granted any permission to do those things, even though the government was not responsible for the financial operation of such projects. They are still going to do everything to stop it because, as you know, the monopolies from the west and the north, yes, I said it, because they only want the ports to be there, they only want the international airports to be there, and they only want everything to come to Lagos or Kanu. Nothing can come to the south, no railway, no nothing. We just to sit here and be beggars so that way we can continue to be subservient. But that's not going to work. And I put it to the Igbos. We are all agitating for independence and autonomy. But by the way Alex Oti is going around, nobody will tell anybody coming to the east that you are in Biafra land. That's why they need to develop that place. I hear people are now moving their businesses back to the east. By the time you do what you're supposed to do in that east and the south, nobody will tell you that you are being restructured. So let them keep doing what they're doing. Hashtag free Nnamdi Kanu now. Please continue and please press on the like button so we can have our voices heard. Thanks to our callers. I know Callways TV was here, but I didn't want to interject. I wanted to know where my favorite man Alhaji is doing, where he is. Please, Alhaji, please show once in a while. We want to hear from you. Thank you, my people.
Mr. Harris.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Luke. Thanks for your wonderful submission. Thanks for taking them, bullet pointing all of them. Yes, let's continue to talk. But let's move on, my people. I can see more people right there coming in. Kawan Lele, I can see right there. Thank you very much for your time with us. Good evening to you. I appreciate every one of you, my wonderful people, Ray, Aboa, and many others. Guys, help us to press on the like button and help us to share. Engineer Francis, I'm aware you're on the backstage. You were on the screen before, but you left and you came back again. But when it gets to your turn, I will make a swap, sir. Anyway, let me quickly move on to Madam Patricia. Thank you very much, man. You're the second person on the panel today. Then Mr. Shooks Obibweze. Talk to us, man. Good evening to you. You have 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Elvis. I really appreciate this time to lend my voice and to encourage us as well. We that are fighting for a better Nigeria. We want to see Nigeria working, where a child of nobody can become somebody, where people don't need to, go to bed hungry, where they can live a life that is worth living. This life that we have now is what we know, and nobody should live it in a misery. I think it's uncalled for, and it should not be happening, especially not in a place like our country where God so endows so much blessings, less accountable. Then we have this satanic, wicked, evil people that does not want everybody to enjoy, because they want a subservient society. I always say that God made kings and kings, yeah, he made them male and female, they were all kings. But man likes to make slave out of another man. But it's not going to happen under our watch. Hence we are talking, hence we are screaming, hence we are calling them out, hence we are speaking truth to power, because something got to change. And that change is what we are making by lending our voice every day here. Thank you. Let me give a special shout out to Mommy Diaspora. Thank you for all you do. I can't thank you enough, because I can tell you are a super mama. I always say that because you are actually. Everybody, we all come late here, but you are there before us, and you are the one to open the program and the one to close the program. So I really give you kudos and a big appreciation to you for that. Thank you. And those on the comment section also, thank you for all you do. Like and share is very important, because what we are doing here is for every one of us and also for our posterity. So don't be selfish with that thumbs up. Do the needful and let our voice go to the quarters that it has to go to, so that change that we all are so craving for can be quickly come to pass. Yes, Wole Soyinka, I don't know why it's coming out. I don't know why it's coming out. It's too late. I think they say it's too late to cry when the head is off. Yeah, it's too late now.
Sorry that I have to come in quickly. Respond to you, the previous speakers. Wole Soyinka cannot talk. We complain for this platform, but he talk now. We still they complain.
Mr. Elvis, please. I said it is too late to cry when the head is off.
Okay, that means for not your talk, yeah.
Mr. Elvis, if now you lose more than 1.3 million followers across your media, you go talk across your social media.
You
lose followers
for
overnight.
Reason.
Exactly.
He's not coming out to come and fight for Nigerians. He's coming out because he can see that the kulele that was coming in is not coming in anymore. So he's trying now to come out again to deceive and being deceived, because he's deceiving himself. In the process of trying to deceive people, he himself is being deceived. Because what will it profit him? Look, a crime is a crime. Whether you are aiding or abetting, yeah, you are also a part of the whole thing. So the people that are quiet, all these people that have supported this so-called regime, that are quiet people during election and everything, do you think all those bloods are free from their hands? No. So it's not free. You can't come out now to kind of sweet talk us, to speak the language that the things we want to hear. Thank God we don't have itching ears. We don't want to only hear what we want to hear. We want to hear the truth. And what is coming out to do is not truth. It's deception. So I will tell him what I know. Not what I feel. It's what I know. And it's the truth that I'm bringing here. Wole car is not coming out for any Nigerian. It's coming out for his stomach. He has always been a stomach infrastructure person. And we saw it at the peak of the whole thing, when the whole thing was heated, heated, when the politics was heated. Look, what you are, you show who you are when things are at the high peak. That's when you know. When you are pressed, that's when you know. The decision you take that time is what you really are. So Wole Soyinka showed us that he's a stomach infrastructure person, and he will always be. What is coming out for? He's crying now because he doesn't get those money he's getting anymore. That's why he's coming out. That's my own. That's how I concluded his own thing there. Okay, now Tinubu was saying that these PDP people, that they are, what did he call them? That they are, that they are attacking him because they are jealous or whatever they should wait to. Look, we are all stakeholders in this thing. So first and foremost, we are all Nigerians, and it's our right, to call out any government that's not doing what will yield to the common good of the citizens. So I don't see politics in this, but he's still playing politics up to now. He's still playing politics. Tinubu is still on the mood of politics because he's already talking about 2027. People are buying. You are talking about 2027. That's somebody that is so far away. It's not in touch with the people that is claiming to lead. Because if you are in touch with them, you should not be talking about politics now. 2027 is far away. Nigerians are not looking at 2027. They are looking they are looking at the next minute. They are looking at the next second, the next minute, the next hour. That's what they are looking at. That's where their hope can carry them now. They are not looking at even tomorrow. Tomorrow is too far. In the situation that they have now, they are not looking at 2020. Come on, then you're coming to tell Nigerians about 2027? Oh no. That's that's someone that doesn't have any plan for the people. He doesn't have any plan, no agenda. And you know what? I'm not disappointed in him, because Tinubu did not promise Nigerians heaven and earth. He told you people a renewed hope. That's all he said. Renewed hope can be anything. Okay? He didn't really articulate to say, oh, this is what I'm going to do, or this one, No, he said it was starting from where Buhari stopped. Isn't it? Where did Buhari stop? Ask yourself that question. Did Buhari bring any good to anybody in that country? No. So if somebody come and tell you they are starting from there, then you should know that the worst is yet to come. That's what he's telling you. So, to me, as long as Nigerians refuse to come out when it was necessary, when it was the right time, there's a right time for everything. And when you miss that time, it will be difficult for you to get it back. Nigerians miss the opportunity to change their destiny when they allowed Yakubu Mahmood to announce that result. That's when they missed it. When immediately that beaver was switched off, that's when they should have come out. Immediately. Look, it was clear. The presidential one was the only one that was affected. The gubernatorial, the Senate, out of Senate. Nothing did that one. So how come? Was it not the same system? Was it not the same net? Was it not the same technology? How come? The presidential was the one that was affected. The other ones went through, and Nigerians let it slide. That was when they should have come out. Not even when Mahmoud went to announce that thing. No, it was at that time when they switched off that beavers. That's where the whole place would have been turned upside down. All these things we are going through now, we would have not even faced it at all, because they would have retracted and corrected their step immediately. They would have. But that was not what we saw, because there was fraction, people, some people were supporting this and that. So now they are jacking trucks and all this. Listen, my dear Madam, look, the reason why we will not go that direction is not because anybody owns Nigeria more than us. We are not thieves. Okay? We are not thieves in the South and even Southeast. We are not thieves. We cannot hijack a truck that we know is not our truck. Okay? It's not given to us. It's not because they are bold. No, it's not. We should not be giving them those kind of recognition. No, it's not about boldness. It's about what's the word? I'm trying to find the integrity. It's about integrity. It's about honor. It's about self-dignity. Okay? I can't, no matter how much hungrier, if I eat, God forbid, I cannot I can't steal to eat. It's not possible. I'd rather, if there's anything like that, I'd rather buy. Why? For me to bring myself that low, it won't happen. So please, let them be doing it over there. We will not do it in the South. Yes, I'm not saying that everybody in the South is 100% free of this, but majority will not stoop down that low to go and be a thief. They will not. They will never do it. Yes. So that's what it is. So let them continue to do it in the North. And as we speak, like I said before, I want us to continue to help our people. We need to help them, even if it's whatever help you can give this time is very, very important. It will go a long way. And of course, I cannot but also call out the government to release Nnamdi Kanu now. He has not done anything that you didn't do. He hasn't done anything that any of us would have not done. And if you look at the people that also were in his category at these times and this age, they've been freed. Why is his case different? If we are truly one Nigeria, this is the time you have to prove it. You have to prove it. The one Nigeria you proclaiming that we are one Nigeria, prove it to be one Nigeria with Nnamdi Kanu. And if you don't do it, which means what we are all of us have been suspecting, then we can call it that is what it is, that we are not one Nigeria. So, Mr. Elvis, I think I will stop here for now.
Thank you, ma. Thank you very much for that wonderful submission. I'm very happy that everybody is putting their voices into this Nnamdi Kanu issue now. It's a beautiful thing. Thank you, Madam Patricia, once again. And I'd like to quickly appreciate you, sir, Dr. Aruna Guru. Thank you for joining us on this campaign for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. God bless you, sir. Thanks for standing for what is right. Thanks for standing for us in our generation. And we really do appreciate you. Thank you very much. I appreciate every one of you that is doing that. Please, let's this continue to fly on the comment section every blessed day, starting from today, 1st of March, till the end of the month. every day, hashtag free Nnamdi Kanu now. Now, God, God bless you, my people. I'd like us to move on to the next person quickly, which is Mr. Chuks Obibweze. Mr. Chuks Obibweze, thank you very much, sir, for your patience with us. Good evening to you. It's good to have you on the show today. Please talk to us. You have 8 minutes.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis. Can you go to another person? I will speak next because I'm on the road now.
Okay,
Sorry.
when you are ready, just indicate. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'll be in 5 minutes. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me go to Tunaja. Tunaja, it's good to have you on the show. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. After Tunaja, I'll bring in Engineer Francis to talk to us because on the backstage he was here before any other person after Tunaja. Tunaja, thank you.
Mr. Elias, I think it's my turn.
No, it's not your turn yet, sir. It's not your turn.
Okay.
After Engineer Francis will be your turn. Anybody that leaves or comes back, you lose your position. I normally say it all the time, so I'm following the way it is on the panel. You guys have your screen that you can see there. I have my own screen that I can see alone. That's why I normally say that is where we take it from. I'm not taking it from the screen that everybody can see. But meanwhile, let me go to Tunaja. Tunaja, if you're available, talk to us. Good evening to you. Please, you have 8 minutes. Thank you.
Greetings, Ninja Watch. Thank you for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel. Greetings to the chat, and special greetings to the viewers. Yeah, I really, I sent some links into the backstage to highlight some of my issues with trust of our leaders. Every single one of them, when they come into office, they ask for patience and they deliver us the same stagnation. Nothing moves, and this has been not only a characteristics of this in the Nigerian state, it's a characteristic of almost all the black nations. This is what their people do to their leaders. Lie to them. They tell them, oh, we're going to help, we're going to develop things, we're going to change things. Just be patient with us. Going back to Obasanjo, even in his inaugural speech, he said, we've been promising you stuff. I'm asking you to be patient with me again. Every single one of them telling us to be patient. When is it that patience going to lead to actual delivering of the promises that they promise us? They keep asking us to be patient. Obasanjo, Jonathan, Buhari, all of them. Patient, please, patient. All they do is they are dancing with us. They pretend as if they want to do something, but they don't do anything. These people are liars. They are not serious about getting us to where we need to get to. The only person that has even made this year government that has come into office to actually move and back down on anything seriously is not even in our country. It's in Niger and Burkina Faso and Mali. They are the ones that have forced them to climb down on anything that they've done. He removed subsidies. Instead of, if he had stopped there, I said it yesterday, if he had stopped there, Nigerian currency would be stronger right now. He could have money to no. Why would he do that? He had to just go and wreck the currency too on top of that, so that everything, in other words, you improve one thing and you take another thing away. You improve one thing, that's the dance they be dancing with us, and we don't pick up on it. And I keep saying this, you Nigerians, I thought we are some of the wise people, we are some of the wisest people in the world. We know how to know when somebody's conning us. This is a con. They have been conning us forever, and these leaders, the way they behave, and Nigerians they are not even equipped to catch them when they are doing these things, because some of the things that they do, we don't know. We don't know where they are coming from, where they are going to, and how they are empowered to do all these things, because we don't know the information that we need to know. That's why it's hard to just believe anything they tell you. And when I was saying this stuff yesterday, people were saying I was sounding a bit negative. I'm not sounding negative. If somebody do the right thing, we'll praise them. If they do the wrong thing, we'll praise them. But you still need to ask yourself, are they traveling in the direction that will strategically change the position that we are in as a nation? They've not done it. If they are trying to do it in a secret way, it's so secret that I can't even see it at all. That's for sure. I'm telling you, these people, if you look at what they keep promising you, that's what they do. They do it in so many countries. The Ghanaian president will tell you, oh, we don't want to borrow money from foreigners. We can do everything. And I said, the next minute, he's doing exactly the same thing that he says he's not going to do. They will tell you, be patient. They are robbing you dry immediately. They want to improve something. They will tell you, this thing is going to improve the country. Yes. Subsidy removal is going to improve the country. They remove it, and instead of it to improve the country, then they do something to destroy it again. Nothing is just what I've said this before. Their plan is keep Nigeria strong enough not to collapse and weak enough never to truly industrialize and develop. That is their whole raison d'etre. They don't want to truly change our place in this world. Because if you want to change your place in this world, this is not how it is done. This is not what you should be seeing. You should be seeing your leader standing up and saying stuff that the people should follow, and the people will follow them. And they too will make the sacrifice. When they tell you, if leaders say, do this stuff, and the people, and he wants the people to follow him, that leader will show example of what he's doing. Was it not Tinubu that say they should not take so many people to travel overseas, only for him to go with extra 18 people this time again? This is the same game that they keep playing. And you ask them to buy Nigeria-made goods, they will drag their leg. Me, I'm going to make this in a documentary about this, or some kind of a poster ad about why Nigerians don't want to buy their own product. Their government don't want to buy it. The people don't want to buy it. But you want to go and buy foreign people's products, and you expect your country to do well. And this idea that, I heard about the campaign for Kanu. You can campaign for Kanu to be released, but I would have thought our greatest problem is insecurity in Nigeria. And I proposed it once that we should start a campaign on all the platforms for the insecurity in Nigeria to be fixed. And nobody took that up. But look at what I'm looking at there. Free Nnamdi Kanu immediately. Is that our top priority? People are dying in Nigeria. Do you know, before I just came on just now, I was on a call with a Nigerian that was telling me, don't go to Nigeria, or they are going to kidnap you. You don't do this, or don't go there. This is what I just finished a call like that just now.
But that's the reality now, isn't it?
Okay, if that is the problem we are facing, is this our priority?
Please, Tunaja, can I ask you a question?
Just go ahead, sir. Go ahead with the question.
Okay, go ahead. Ask your questions.
What did Tinubu saw before he said he want to come to the position? What did he saw?
How do you want? I don't understand.
Now you are saying insecurity. Was insecurity not there before when he was campaigning that he want to come to become president?
Yeah, it was there. That's what I'm saying. We should make it a priority that he promised us something. He has not delivered it. And we are not focusing on that one, because I called for this. I said all the platform, if Nigeria Watch, Dr. Damages, One Man, all of them line up and say, we are going to push this thing. You are going to see Nigeria change, and we will go to Nigeria and feel safe. But fellow Nigerians that are overseas are saying, don't go. And I'm saying, I'm going. It's only one life you have. You can't spend it in foreign land promoting foreign stuff that is not going to get you anywhere. You're still going to die.
So when government have not provided any provisions that will protect your life, so you should go to Nigeria and put your head at the airport there and say, okay, I came to rescue Nigeria, right?
No, you go back to your land. Because
go
the
back
land
to your
that you're
land
in is not your land.
Security.
Yeah, but that's why I called for us to campaign for this, but we didn't take that up. But the point I was trying to make was that we seem to be getting our.
And when they want to campaign for it, or the president used it to campaign, the so-called president used it to campaign. Is it not his duty to do what he campaign with?
No. What Tunaja is saying is also right. He's saying that we should call out this government to give us security every day. Yes, we talk about it almost every day here. They are not doing it, but you're saying that we should go back to our land and go and rescue Nigeria.
No. I'm saying I'm going. The person tried to put the fear of
you
God.
Go now. Don't listen to the person.
No. I agree on that one. But the point I'm making is that the bigger point I'm making is that when I call for all the platforms to fight for insecurity and for push Tinubu to do what he promised us that he was going to do, we didn't take that up. But immediately they called for release of Nnamdi Kanu. They took it up.
May I ask you the question now? This is the question I want to ask you. Did you know here when the Senate were debating about state police?
I heard about it.
Okay, what is the state police doing? Is it not for security?
And you just have to drag him down the canoe into it, don't you?
No, I didn't drag him into it. I'm saying that our priorities appear to be wrong. This is the problem I have with Nigeria. We say we want something badly, but we keep putting all our energy in the wrong areas.
This is not the wrong area. We are not putting energy in the wrong area because the Senate has started debating on your security. The Senate are the one to make law for you to have security.
I just told you that they've been promising us since 1999.
Nigeria is free Nnamdi Kanu the wrong area?
It's not the priority, the highest priority. It's not the wrong area, but it's not the highest priority. You see what I mean? Because some people got.
But we are talking about every other stuff that is affecting us in Nigeria every single day, 7 days a week.
But it's not the campaign.
5 days in a year on this platform.
But you never made it a campaign. That is the point. But this one, immediately you took it on and said, let's make it a campaign and push for it. And I did call for this security campaign because people are actually dying on the ground. And a lot of people are, we are losing $50 billion.
Every day.
Hold
that
on.
one is more than a campaign.
We are losing $50 billion in GDP activity every year in Nigeria. A lot of money we are losing. And I'm saying, why are all the major platforms not focusing on this issue and say, let's campaign for this and push the Nigerian government to do the right thing?
Can you tell me another platform that is talking about the things that's affecting us in Nigeria you can compare to Nigeria Watch now? Be fair. Mention one.
I'm not going to start comparing platform, but
no, just mention one.
Other people talk to. No, they do talk.
Every
they do talk about it.
Is biased. They are hypocrites over their campaigns. You are talking about the insecurity. We talk about it every day.
No,
every
I agree with you.
Day here.
But the campaign is different, isn't it?
If you're talking about the hunger, we talk about it every day on this platform.
True. A campaign is a different thing. You agree with me. If you have a campaign, it means there is a hashtag there out there. There is something that you are demanding from the government. And when the people of the government come here, they will see that hashtag as an emblem that you are campaigning for. And if they go to another channel, they see that same campaign. They see another. My point is that we have to prioritize this thing because it has so many ramifications.
Are you aware that I just sponsored a protest in those states that I did not announce on this platform, not privately or publicly to anybody to support me financially? I support a 3 days protest in those states that we'll be telling the government that is more than a campaign.
I agree with you on that. No, I'm talking about online platform. I agree with you on that. And I also agree that people are free to campaign for Nnamdi Kanu. I'm just saying that for something as important as our safety in Nigeria, we are not campaigning about that, but we campaign about the smaller...
Tunaja, can I ask you something, Tunaja?
I beg, make I ask Tunaja one question. I beg, if not, give me
just
time.
Go ahead, go ahead. You already spent 10 minutes. Say, I beg, madam. Just go ahead.
Okay, Tunaja, I want to ask you something. Sunday Igbohu and Showore, they were in the same category with Nnamdi Kanu. Yeah? Do you think it's proper that those ones that have been freed and Nnamdi Kanu is still there? So, and then you mean that we should not clamor for him to be released? Do you think it's proper?
Oh, not at all. I didn't say you should not clamor for him to be released. You can clamor
what
for him to be released.
Is saying, let me make this clear to everybody before, because very soon I will start attacking him. What he's saying that Nnamdi Kanu's situation is critical and is also important. We talk about it. Well, we should talk about the main thing, which I'm telling him that the main thing you are talking about, we talk about it on this platform every day. So it's our duty to let him know, in case he's not aware or he deliberately want to bypass that, to let him know. We talk about the hunger that is affecting us in Nigeria every single day here. We talk about the insecurity that you talk about every day, and we talk about it every single day. This platform is on 7 days a week since 2022 April till now, every day. That's why I ask you just now, please mention one platform that you can use to compare what we are doing here. And you could
Mr. Naja, that's not what he's saying. He's saying you do not hashtag it.
Exactly, it's not a campaign.
No, I don't need to hashtag it.
Why not?
Okay, Tunaja, I just told you that I've spent my money. I did not come to the public people to say, donate money for me, to raise a protest in those states for the past, we had day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4 in those states. So
yes.
have you seen me done that for Nnamdi Kanu?
Okay, what is the theme of the protest? Do you have a specific theme for that protest?
Of course, hunger.
Exactly. That is hunger. But I'm talking about insecurity that is taking lives, that is costing us $50 billion every year. And
But
I'm saying we should do
you
it
cannot expect
on
me
the
to do
platform.
everything. Okay,
No,
what
no, no.
would
I
you
agree
prefer?
with you. I agree with you. But
Mr.
you are agreeing
Najawat, can I ask two Naija question, please?
to do the Nnamdi Kanu one. That's why I'm saying, why can't you do the insecurity one that is even of higher priority?
Okay, so what would you have preferred there? What would you have preferred? Me spending money for a protest for Nnamdi Kanu, then I'll do a campaign for hunger. Which one would you have preferred?
For me, I would say the one that saves lives is more important. The one that keeps our people alive is more.
But the protest
all
is
of them do.
hunger and insecurity.
Insecurity. See, what I'm saying, I'm not saying the protest is sponsored is wrong. I think that is.
Is Nnamdi Kanu not existing? Is Nnamdi Kanu not existing?
But it's one person. We are talking about.
It's one person. It's one person.
Kidnapped and killed
Okay.
every day in Nigeria.
Soon like that, you get problem.
No,
Honestly.
he's one person. See, let me finish what I'm saying. What Nigeria Watch did, let's not sweep that one under the carpet. It's a very, very honorable thing and laudable thing that he did in terms of sponsoring protests. And people that are clamoring for Nnamdi Kanu to be released, they too have a right to clamor for that one. I'm not stopping anybody from doing that. But I'm saying, if you have insecurity that is so important, for me, what I see, most of our problem comes from there. And Tinubu promised us something in Chatham House that he's not fulfilled. We are not reminding him, we are not pressing him, and I'm saying all the channels online, if they do that, you will see that he will have to move. Even bad people, even the wrong people will do the right thing.
Can I ask you a question, please?
It's going to profit them.
Tunaja?
Yes, go ahead.
You see, Tunaja, I don't understand you. Yeah? The same way you said he promised you to keep this thing, security. He still did the same thing that he's going to release in Nnamdi Kanu, right? And you're talking about security. You, Tunaja, always come here to criticize the Southeast that they are stopping people from going out, right? And you are saying that releasing Nnamdi Kanu is not a priority. I'm sorry for you, Tunaja.
No, is he
very sorry for you.
Is he higher than our national security now?
I need to
ask you a question.
See, Mr. I need to make an appeal, Mr. Naja Watch. Please,
Go
just
ahead.
one appeal. Oga CM, may you not put mouth for this matter. Take God beg you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Tunaja, please allow him to finish his submission so that I move on to the next person. Tunaja, go ahead. You have 3 minutes left. Straight.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate
Ah,
it.
suppose they don't finish now, Mr. Evans. That na shorting, na shooting.
So much. You are speaking. When we continue to interrupt him like this, he will never finish. I need to be fair. So let him finish his straight 3 minutes without any interruption. Tunaja, go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. See, it's just a fact that there are certain things that are more important than others. One life is not as important as 200 million lives. They are all important, but if you have to choose,
over 40 million people in the Southeast is not important to Nigeria. Is that what you say?
Please, Mr. Evans, don't allow this man to talk like this. What does it mean? Every life counts. Please.
Can I finish my point? This type
You
of
will not
statement.
finish it. Go. I bet me you know they talk like that.
See, I don't know why you're acting as if I'm saying one life doesn't matter. I'm saying all lives matter, but when all of them are equal, are you going to choose one life over 200 million? Are you serious?
You don't think that if Nnamdi Kanu maybe died there tomorrow?
If that is the case,
wait, let me finish. If Nnamdi Kanu died there today, don't you think that can start another war? You don't think so?
Exactly.
You don't think
I'm
so?
not saying you should not clamor for his
You're
release.
You're a very evil man. You're evil man.
See,
No, you don't even talk about religion. You're a woman. You're a woman being.
Oh my God! Now you're making it about this.
Tunaja, please, Tunaja, you need to learn to be sensitive when you come here. You need to be diplomatic and sensitive when you come here, because there are some things that are very sensitive here that I don't even want to touch. No matter how tribal, you just need to. You just have a way of needling people and making, things get really sour. Please be sensitive, because Nnamdi Kanu matter is a very sensitive issue. Please.
I take your point that is very sensitive. But if we keep saying, okay, because it's sensitive, I shouldn't say something, because the point I'm making is not even about that. And the point I'm making is that, you know, I always come here.
Thank you, Mr. Tunaja, no verse. Mr. Tunaja, no verse. No, say na
Thank you,
Nigeria,
just
we are the
let
talk.
it finish. All this
It's just to come and take
no,
attentions of
sir,
everybody out of it.
No, I dispute that. Please, I have to mute you, please.
That's not what I'm
Let
trying
him
to do.
finish now. Everybody, you get your turn. You respond to him.
Let me really try. I'm really trying to explain myself clearly here. The point I'm trying to make, every time I come here, people accuse me of blaming the people. The reason why it comes across like that, because I keep saying that we keep putting we have the wrong priority. It's not only about this case today. I've been saying it for a very long time. We seem to have the wrong priority. When Mubad died, you see people come out on the street. But when people get kidnapped, no, nobody shows up. And this is why I like what the people in Kaduna are doing. But you don't see all Nigerians rallying to their side to say, you know what, your people have been kidnapped, our people have been kidnapped. Let all of us fight this government together, make sure that they restore security so that our people can feel safe on their land.
Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped.
See, but that is one person. Again, if you say one person is more important, then when you get 1 million naira, if I give you 1 naira, take it and let me take the 999 this thing dollars, okay, or 999 naira. So let's see whether you like that. The idea that you diminish other people's lives because of one person is wrong.
Thank you,
I always take the side of the majority. That is the way I look at life.
Your time is up now. Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to take some calls. A lot of people calling.
Mr. Elvis, I'm ready when you're ready.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Everybody, please just stay mute. Thank you. God bless you all. Mr. Chris, thanks for calling in, sir. Please talk to us. You only have 3 minutes. Please go straight to the point. Thank you.
Okay. In that case, I'll just say all protocols duly observed. I just choose to remain calm to address the issue at stake. Mr. Nigeria Watch and Nigerians listening to me all over the world, I think it is clear that you people can see that the man to Nigeria has just only one agenda, and that is always to derail whatever discussion is going on. You can see the discussion has been going on smoothly. Everybody making their submission, starting from Mr. Alex, Madam Patricia, Madam Luke, everybody making their submission. Now, to Nigeria threw in a message that he could have passed better, but he knew that if he comes in this way, it is going to disrupt whatever we are talking about. Nigerians, for any person that has the intellectual capacity of Nigeria to say publicly that Nnamdi Kanu's life is just one life compared to the other millions of Nigerians that are being killed every day. It only shows that this person has a very dark, evil agenda. Nnamdi Kanu is one life, we understand. But how many lives does he represent? How many people does Nnamdi Kanu represent? If on a scale, any scale you put it, if one person in the southeast or anywhere in Nigeria for that matter, anything happens to the person today in Nigeria, and if anything happens to Nnamdi Kanu, what's going to be the reaction? Now, Nigeria is talking about security in the country, and he fails to realize the security implication of keeping Nnamdi Kanu. Prior to the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu, the Southeast was a heaven of peace. But since that man has been arrested and detained, was kidnapped illegally, and look at the killings that have been going on in the Southeast, and yet, Mr. Nigeria cannot see the nexus between releasing Nnamdi Kanu and engendering peace in the whole of the Southeast. He just called Nnamdi Kanu just one life. Nigerians, can you not see? People in the panel, can you not see? Can you not just look at how insensitive this man is? Can you not all see that this man only comes to this place to derail the direction of every discussion? He wants to portray himself as if he's speaking well for the country.
Okay.
But anytime you listen between the lines of his discussion, you see his true intentions. Mr. Nanjawosh, thank you very much for the opportunity.
God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me quickly pick another call here. I can see. Okay, Mr. F.A., thanks for calling in. Thank you very much, Mr. F.A. Good evening to you, sir. Please go straight to the point.
Good evening,
You
sir.
have
Can
3 minutes. Yes, I can hear you. 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. I greet everybody. I greet the good panelists. I greet everybody in this platform this evening. Let me just quick start for you. This Governor Alex Oti in Abia State now. Our fake politician never see this man. By the time when this man will come out for president tomorrow, they'll say no, it's my turn, it's my turn. They never see her now. They never verify now. This one our second OP for our time. May God bless that man. May God bless the entire family. May that one go for them. Then number two Naija, your bias, if you not take, and then Naija watch, I beg, I want to beg you for this one, I beg, bros, my brother, I do love you. This issue of everybody have your opinion, you have your opinion, the situation of our country, so, sir, no, we say, we don't pass, everybody have your opinion, I beg you go, I made that, how we call this thing, this our law, you understand? This our law in this platform, you go and make that well. You understand? So because if not because everybody has your opinion, waiting to Nigeria they come here, they do confusion, everything biasness, everything it deal with to Nigeria. There's nothing better thing when to Nigeria they contribute for this platform. People they complain about cancer. You look that area. You understand? Then I want to add to our mommy, Madam Patricia, may God bless you, man. But I want to add to what you talk. Hunger day. So hunger day, when we say you go hungry like this, you know when you take do what you're not supposed to do. You understand me? So it's not maybe I'm encouraging stealing. I'm not encouraging stealing, but because of we don't have leaders, we have rulers, we don't have leaders. You understand me? So that is why those people just go to steal Indomie and all those stuff. You understand? Because person will never experience hunger. You know go talk say hunger they grand hunger day, especially the way Nigeria now, the situation of Nigeria right now, can you they talk. So that the things are I just want to have my opinion because of these two Nigeria thing. Thank you, sir.
God bless you, my brother.
The rule of this this platform, you have to regulate and sir, may God bless you.
Thank you. All right. Let me hear from the next person quickly. We have Law of God is my strength with us. Thank you very much, madam, for joining us today. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm really upset and I'm going to control myself. I'm really upset and I'm going to speak in broken. To Nigeria, I just want to say if I know where you come from in Nigeria, I will speak in your language that you will hear very well. I don't think it's nice what you're doing. You do this all the time. And you do not look at the sensitivity of what you touch. Is Nnamdi Kanu not a human being? Is Nnamdi Kanu that has been kept in that place unlawfully for good 3 years? Even more than, is he not a human being? Do you know how many Boko Haram that have been arrested and they've been released them to go? This man has not killed a fowl. This man has not killed a chicken. And you have the infantry to come here and say something is more important than the life of Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is special. Nnamdi Kanu is special to us. I don't know where you come from. I don't know why you speak like this. You come here and you scatter a very pleasant, quiet platform. Mr. Naija, I remember during the election, when everybody, all of us, our head was going to the betterment of Nigeria. Naija, I hear you when you speak in Dr. Damage. You were against Peter Obi. You were following the bad wagon. But now, security is no more. Hungry is catching Nigeria. You are coming every day. When they tell you to open your mouth, you to open your mouth for security. Security. What has security done for you? Are you among the people setting it up? Please, Nnamdi Kanu is important to us. We from the south and from the southeast. Even all the whole Nigeria, Nnamdi Kanu is important to us. Please don't ever you come here and say Nnamdi Kanu is not important. It's important. Free Nnamdi Kanu now, and we are going to shout it to the sky. We are going to shout it to the moon. Anybody that is paining, whether they pain now, make it go toilet, go pour the thing when they say belly out. I'm so angry. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Bye.
All right. Let me quickly pick another call here. Okay, Mr. Shimize, thank you very much, sir, for calling in. Good evening to you, sir. You have only 3 minutes. Please talk to us.
Buddy.
Thank you, sir. 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Can you hear me, Naija Watch?
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah. All right. To Naija, I put it to you. The kind of hatred you hate in Nnamdi Kanu, or in fact, when you hate in Nnamdi Kanu, you hate Igbos. Which state do you come from, Nigeria? Are you satanic like this? Come on, we come over here every day in this platform. We say about security, we say about hunger, all manner of things. We say it in this platform. You are satanic. You never change, and you will never change at all. As he hates Nnamdi Kanu, he hates Igbos. The way you talk every time people talk about you, because you just say one kind of thing, the way you like it, the way you want to say it. You never bite what you want to say. You never bite it. You never bite it tongue. You never bite it. You never bite it your tongue. What are you talking about? Why so cold? Why this guy hatred? It's too much. You gotta bring down. It's too much on you. I don't know why you keep coming on this platform. You say you are a satanic person. Believe me, you are a hater. And you are evil. You are evil. You're not supposed to belong here. The Naija Watch has a clean mind, but you bring your dirty mind every time in this platform. You will come and when you talk, you just make everything. Every day will just turn around. Take anywhere, any day Naija Watch came to this platform, it will be fight one or the another. You are lucky that Black Panther is not here today. You are lucky. You are the lucky guy today. It will give it to you the way he normally give it to you.
Thank you.
In fact, you need to change many your ways. This kind of people, in fact.
Thank you.
I don't know. If we need to change.
Okay, sir. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. All right, Mr. Ben, you're calling back again. I'm only going to give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
I greet you.
Thank you.
I greet you, sir. So I'm listening to this broadcast. I want to say this to Naija. Naija, you see, you're my brother. I don't know you. You don't know me from anywhere. And the reason why I always want to point you out is your opinion. It's always like diverse. Like people always have issues with your opinion, but somehow it always resonates with the bigger picture. But a lot of people don't really see it. I'm not going to castigate whatever you're saying right now. I understand where everybody's coming from. See, the issue of what's his name, Nnamdi Kanu, I want to put it to you, is a very sensitive conversation. It rubs on a lot of people's minds, either in a positive or a negative way. So when you come on this platform, as smart as I see you to be, that's my personal opinion. There are certain conversations that are very sensitive and it rouses people up. You get what I'm saying? I'm from Edo State. Mr. Elvis knows that. And I'm a Nigerian, most importantly. And if an injury to one is an injury to all, injustice to one person, that is Nnamdi Kanu, is an injustice to every Nigerian. You get what I'm saying? So that conversation is a very sensitive conversation. The Southeast, people, they've been marginalized for too long. You get what I'm saying? So you need to understand where their pain is coming from. I respect your views so far. I do. I really respect your views. That's why someone like Mr. CM, as much as I respect him, he's the only one who comes on this platform and show his face. He's like that's somebody who puts his money where his mouth is. You get what I'm saying? And his submission are always very spot on. So tonight, you're my brother, and I really appreciate what you bring to this platform. So I would say hashtag free Nnamdi Kanu, hashtag fix the security in the country, hashtag fix corruption, hashtag Nigeria must be great. Thank you, Wine.
Thank you, Mr. Ben. All right, Mr. Jonathan, thank you very much, sir. You're on the phone today. Fortunately, you're going to get 3 minutes. Good evening to you. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Elvis. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. You have 3 minutes. Remember, 2 minutes, 46 seconds.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone. Just want to respond and contribute briefly to this to the discussion. Let me say this: Nnamdi Kanu is a priority. Let's get that clear. And let me also add what the last caller said, because that's exactly what I wanted to start with. But I will say it again: injustice to one is injustice to all. Simple. Nnamdi Kanu is a priority. If Nnamdi Kanu is not a priority, then tell us now what is priority. The continued detention of Nnamdi Kanu is a threat to the Nigerian national security. Anyone who thinks otherwise definitely needs to be critically, his mental state needs to be critically examined. If you know Nigeria, you understood Nigeria, and the continued detention of Nnamdi Kanu, you do not see it as a security threat to the state Nigeria, then that person needs to be critically examined. What if you say security is a priority? We can also put it out. Mr. Elvis, please put it out there also. Hashtag rule of law, Nigeria. Hashtag equality before the law in Nigeria. Hashtag fund our educational system in Nigeria. Hashtag fund our doctors and our teachers in Nigeria. All these are national security issues. We can hashtag all of them as well. So bringing out Nnamdi Kanu, it is a priority. It doesn't mean there are so many priorities in Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu is an integral part of Nigerians' priority as we speak right now. So for anybody to think otherwise, any human being to think otherwise, I believe the mental state of such a person needs to be critically examined. Mr. Elvis, I will leave it at that. Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Okay. Let me quickly pick another call, my people. Please bear with me. Okay, we have our brother calling from Abuja. Let me quickly call him back. Okay, Madam Rita is also calling in. Madam Rita, hold on. Okay, you are not picking, sir. Let me pick Madam Rita then. Okay, Madam Rita, thank you very much for calling us. We appreciate you. Please talk to us. Madam Rita, you are not also picking. Hello, Madam Rita, thank you very much for calling. Please talk to us quickly. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis and everybody. I think I want to thank everybody for flogging this issue the way it ought to be. It shows that we all have, the people who have spoken, they have integrity, you have feelings, you are sensitive to the topic. And I believe the reason why everybody is really pained by comments from True Nigeria is because everybody has closed their eyes at some point and felt Nnamdi Kanu will have been my brother, he will have been my husband, he will have been my son, he will have been my very good friend, apart from being a Nigerian. And that's why everybody's feeling this way. Mr. True Nigeria, if you were in the place of Nnamdi Kanu, I'm very sure with the good heart of Mr. Elvis, who will have been on this panel shouting to the federal government, the corrupt federal government of Nigeria, and saying free to Nigeria. So I think to Nigeria, I think you're trying to make a point, but somehow I don't understand your mental state, but it's kind of, the way I see it on the receiving end is sort of skewed, and it's like you don't really know what is really happening. So sometimes you try to behave like the greenhorn,
And I believe you are not. I believe everything you say when you come to this panel, or the things that you try to seem as if you really care about Nigeria. It's not, you don't really care about Nigeria per se. Stop behaving like a greenhorn, because time and time again, people are not stupid. We see everything. Please, at least apologize to Nnamdi Kanu's family, because or relative, because they're listening to what you just said. It's very insensitive, very, very insensitive, because if you're in that position, I will be on this channel and say free to Nigeria, regardless of what you're behaving now. So please, we need to really sit back and analyze what you really say. I don't know who is paying you, or I don't know what your antecedents, or what your aim is. Don't talk about security now. Nigeria, I repeat, Nigeria will not be free, will know no peace until Nnamdi Kanu is released. Just know that now. Forget about all those your security talks and all that. It ain't gonna cut nothing. It's not going nowhere until Nnamdi Kanu is released. It is a itch, it's a cancer that has to be dug out from the root. And Nnamdi Kanu is one of those cancers that is giving us headache in Nigeria, because that man is innocent. He was kidnapped by the corrupt system. Even Sunday Igboho is even shouting for him. So who are you now? Sunday Igboho was suffering because he wanted the Yoruba nation. Now who are you to Nigeria to even say that Nnamdi Kanu is not really an important thing per se? Come on, man. Check him now. Play the video, but listen to what you just said. Please apologize. I don't want us to overflog this issue, because I think the direction of this channel is kind of diverting, but God bless everyone who has spoken. You are true human beings. You love Nigeria. You love Nnamdi Kanu. I just want to say thank you. To Nigeria, please apologize. Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Let me quickly, thank you very much, sir. We missed your call earlier on. Talk to us. Good evening to you.
Good evening, my wonderful mommy. I salute you. God bless you, mommy. Good evening to everybody, every caller, and the viewers. Mr. Najawat.
Yes, sir.
There's a problem in Nigeria. Seriously problem. Problem of hunger. I'm telling you, you are not here. I am in Nigeria. Nigerians are going through hell. I went to the market this evening with 32,000 to buy small something. Mr. Najawat, when I finish buying everything, they calculate my money is only 32,300. I have no 300. The woman forgive me and say, you are my customer, go. Tomorrow, anytime you come to market, you blast me. Mr. Najawat, on my way going out, I see a young Nigeria, Mr. Najawat. A young Nigeria begging for food that he's going to eat. And I searched my pocket. I have nothing to offer him. And he's looking for something he's going to eat now. And what I have in my hand is a raw food that you're going to cook before you eat. And look, I go to the where I buy something, they should collect this thing back and give me some money. They say they can't. Oh, this young Nigerian was standing and waiting for me. Mr. Nigerian, I shed tears. I live there with tears. I have nothing to give him because I've exhausted my money. Look, Nigerians are going through a problem. I'm calling Tinubu, please, find something to do in Nigeria. Find something to do, please, to help Nigerians. Oh, you live there. It's not compulsory, you must rule Nigeria. You have nothing to offer Nigerians. Go, please, and let Nigeria, please. Let one live. Please and please, Tinubu, go. Go away and leave Nigerians to live. You are bringing problem for Nigerians.
Please, sir, use answer to talk to Shetima. Talk to Shetima. Speak answer.
Na roke ka saboda bangiji Allah Allah kaga yi mutum dubu magana dole ka hada baki da su dubu ku tamake mutane Najeriya suna shawala mutane Najeriya su talaka su ba su komi abin da za su ci ya gagare musu da Allah ka yi musu tamako ina roke ka saboda bangiji Allah ka ce kai musulmi ne ka duba su da Allah ga musulmi suna shan wala ga yara musu suna shan wala cikin arewa da Allah ka tamake su da Allah ka tamake su na roke ka sai tima ka hada baki da Tinubu ka tamake su in ba ka ba ku bari mu da ku je gida su mu gadi da ku da Allah da Annabi mu gadi da ku kai su ba da kun da ku da za ku yi Najeriya bari ya zo ya mu kariya ya ce zai gyara Najeriya mun ba da mai Koriya bai yi mishi komai ba bai yi mu Najeriya komai ba muna cikin wahala ya mu mutum da Najeriya kariya ya sata kudi mu ya kwashe kudi mu ya tafi da kudi mu Allah ubangiji na koloshi Allah ubangiji sai yi mishi shari'a dukan ku dala ku tamaki Najeriya tun Allah dala da ne na roke ku ba ku tamaki Najeriya ba Allah zai riko ku rana aljena ko wallahi da ba za ku samu aljena ba wallahi ta Allah ba zai ba ku aljena ba za ku shiga utajen nan ne Allah zai ba ku kari ku munafiki ne ku munafiki ne munafiki arewa ne suke don Allah muna ga maka abun da duk abun da kake yi ba za ka samu kirki a Najeriya ba Allah ya kiyaye muku Musadara, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Can I be allowed to respond to some of the
No, please. Hold on. I've not called. Okay. No, just hold on, please. Everybody mute yourself, please. Your unmuting is distracting me. You see that call right there? That is the reality of the situation of our country right now. But unfortunately, we have some people on this panel right now, or some of our spectators, that we say, oh, Northerners are crying. Northerners are forgotten that this is human being. That is what divides us, and that is why we are where we are today. Because when Yoruba cry, oh, Yoruba they cry. When Hausa cry, oh, Hausa they cry. When Igbo cry, oh, you can never rule Nigeria. We all are confused. We are the problem of ourselves. Yes. Because wait till you want to talk in advance. Either you talking for this platform, you want to go discuss and secretly anywhere, and now they tell you so. So in case you can't talk, it's not a new tea anymore. Yes. At the moment now, Peter Obi talk and say, nowhere in Nigeria they sell bread cheaper. You see life now? I will say that they sell bread cheaper for some part of Nigeria, while some other other regions are getting it higher. No. When kidnapper want kidnap you, they ask you, say, me first speak language you want to speak first, make we know where you come from before they kidnap you. Right? If I'm robber, one rob you, they ask say where you come from. Hunger now, they beat you. Like Michael Zeko me talking yesterday. Son, he talking. He say hunger, now they ask where you come from. Look where we are. Look where we are today. Before I will pick another call quickly, I saw a comment earlier on from somebody who was tagging me directly because of the submission of Two Niger, Lily Omoga. You said, Mr. Elvis, you know Two Niger very well, and you still keep allowing him to this platform. It is really sad. Unfortunately, Lily, I can never restrict anybody that is not breaking the rules of this platform just because of his submission. If you come here to try to deceive the people, we have the people that will counter you immediately. That's one beautiful thing I like about this platform. Everybody will counter you and put you to your place. But you telling me that I should start behaving like a dictator and be restricting who can come to the platform or not, I'm not part of that. That division, please don't bring it to this platform. I'm not part of that. My platform is not part of it. I'm not part of it, and I can never be part of it. If we want to talk about the campaign of Nnamdi Kanu, I started it. For me, that I started it, is I not get sense. I know there will be satanic people that will be against it. Even you that is typing, now everybody like you. Me that started the campaign that it must start from the 1st of March to the end of March. Obviously, some people will not be happy about it. In fact, many people are already hating me for doing this already since yesterday. Who cares? Because I'm on the platform, there's some words I would have used to describe these people, but because of the rules of the platform. What tell me say I care about you now? You want to tell me what I want to do with my platform? Oh, Nigeria, why you only use your platform? They promote the Igbo people. They do this one. They do that. Listen, if you be a dope man, you the verse. Say they use my platform or whatever, blah blah blah. You verse come out or God not come again. If you be a Hausa man, you vex because I use my platform talk about the Igbo people. If you vex, go not come again. If you be Yoruba man, you vex, you say I dey talk about any tribe in Nigeria. If you vex, go not come again. I've said it before on this platform. In case you are not getting it, I'll continue to reiterate. Even though it's one person that is standing with me while I'm doing the right thing, I will value that one person to my heart. I don't need multitude. Everybody will for everywhere and everybody is doing the wrong thing. That's not what I want. So don't threaten me with, oh, the reason why I will not come again is since you don't use Igbo people, Hausa people, Yoruba people take carry your platform. Not forget, say, now I will take start. Don't forget it. Oh, God, there your living room there they watch from television. Should not get better thing to talk. Shut up your mouth. Shut up your mouth, because this is the division that have put every one of us where we are today. Igbos are hating Hausa, Hausa are hating Igbos, Yorubas are hating Igbos, those are hating this, Isha are doing this. What is wrong with us, for Christ's sake? Then, okay, wait till you want to talk. Might tell you now. Some of you also telling me, hey, you are trying to change everything. You cannot change anything. It has been like that before you were born. What are you not trying to do now? What are you? Listen, I'm not trying to change anything. I'm just standing for what is right. If it has been like that, I'm not going to be part of it. Now, what have I done wrong? I will never be part of it. Thank you very much, my people. Now, God will bless you now. Let me pick 2 more calls, then I come to the panel quickly. I'll give 2 minutes to my caller this time. Mazi, thanks for calling in. Thank you very much, sir, for calling in. You only have 2 minutes. Go straight to the point. Hello. If you don't have your telly, I'm moving on to the next person, sir.
Hello.
You have 2 minutes, sir. Good evening to you. Talk to us.
Yes, my brother. Good evening. Yes, good evening, all the panelists and my brother. Good evening for what you have been doing for all the whole Nigerians around the world. Yes, keep on saying it that Nigeria, we need peace in Nigeria, and we need everywhere to benefit from what God have given us in Nigeria, because people call us giant of Africa, and we must prove it to all the whole Africans. And I'm very, very sorry for my brother who is talking about insecurity in Nigeria. Yes, insecurity is everywhere, and kidnapping is everywhere. So some people are afraid of coming back home because of what is happening in Nigeria, because if you do you, nobody is going to talk about it. No court, no police will talk about it. That is the end of you. So last time I said it, and I know maybe the way I mentioned it, but I'm very sorry about it. But I want to tell everybody, every Nigerians, as Nnamdi is released, you will see, even Almighty Father will come down from heaven to listen to what Nigeria is saying, because Nigeria is suffering. Even we in diaspora, we are suffering as what is happening in Nigeria, because we are contributing, we are sending money so that people will eat in Nigeria. It's not easy. So when this man is released, you will see, even government, they are running mental because of insecurity, because of what is happening in Nigeria. But they must raise Nnamdi and they go around table and discuss how Nigeria will move forward. That's what they're supposed to do. So keeping that man there, you're talking about insecurity or peace. It's not going to happen. So we must start from somewhere. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for calling. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, only one more call. Only one, I'm done. Okay, nobody's even calling in right now. I'll come back to you guys, callers, later on. We're already 3 hours. Let me give time for some people to speak. Mr. Chuks Obiboze, we lost Madam Nena on the panel. Should have been the next. No. Engineer. Okay, Mr. Chuks. No, let Mr. Chuks speak. I'll come to you, Engineer Francis. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chuks, please talk to us, sir. You have 8 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, everybody on the panel. Good evening, those watching us around the world. I don't know where to start. It's like I've lost my thought. All the videos you shown, it's like I've forgotten everything I wanted to say. But it's all right. Yeah, I would like to start with the professor who has just woken up from his bed. I don't know the difference between what he called the obedient and what he's doing now. Because if you call the obedient fascist, and now you are saying they should reconfigure, when they want to lie or when they want to, deceive people, they use big English, reconfigure. How many people will understand that word? He got away from restructure the country, which everybody knows. Everyone on the street knows that. And they came up to deceive us with his reconfiguring or whatever he calls it. I don't know how to react to, listening to him, because these are the things the young people saw and they said no. And by the way, Mr. Elvis, thank you for, recapitulating that video. That video you played just said it all. Because it's exactly what Professor Gwajue just did, that you played for him. You might not know that you're playing that to send a message to him that this is exactly what we saw. This is why we're fighting. And you called us fascist. Good morning, sir. Let him wake up. Probably. If he learned his voice, it will work. If he truly believes that they work together, let him call him aside and speak to him. Because I don't think any obedient had made threat that if you don't like it this way, you can leave. But he said it. And this is a man who is calling us fascist. We are fighting for one Nigeria. We never talk about breaking up the country. All we're saying is we need a good leader who is going to put things straight. But in his case, he have laid down his own solutions. And who don't like it can leave. I don't know who is worse between these two scenarios, that people are coming together, putting resources together, and calling upon each other to work hard to make our country better. It's so disappointing when I listen to him. Seriously, many people might give him kudos for saying what he said, but I don't say I am disappointed with him without looking back just few weeks and months ago when he called us all sorts of names. That is the kind of leaders, that is kind of elders we have. And no wonder why Nigeria is the way it is. It looks as if nobody cares, nobody wants to take responsibility. The same thing we are crying for is the same thing he's pointing fingers as his excuses to mess that sort of statement he made. So it's up to him. It's up to him. Let him go now, because it will work if he goes now and say, hey, put him on the call and say, hey, look, it is time for us to sit down and talk. Real talk, not the type of talk we had 2004 and 14 or 7 and 14. I don't know. I can't remember the first one. We need to have a real talk. And as we say it, let's immediately put it into action. Because what is happening now cannot continue to go on. I listened to the young man who called crying about what is happening in Nigeria. I'm not there, but I can feel his pain. I can feel the pains of Nigerians. I can feel it. Even though I am angry with the way things are going, with the way Nigerians are behaving. I can feel their pain because I still have families there. I still have people who are facing the same struggle every day. So whatever we're doing, we are not doing it, we are not saying it because we want the Hausas to suffer, we want the Yorubas to suffer, we want the Igbos, the Ibibios, the whatever tribe. Anybody who is genuine will not come here and say, oh, leave one tribe aside. Because if you do that, you will never have peace. You will never have that security. It is impossible. If any part, I've said this before. I can remember when the insecurity started in the north. Everybody looked away because it happens to the north. It doesn't concern them. And what is happening now? Every one of us is feeling the heat. So if we're talking about national security, I don't know what we mean by national security. Because if it is national security, every inch of Nigeria, anywhere called Nigeria, is national. That's what the meaning is. So if somebody think that injustice to one side is not a priority, I am sorry. And to keep it, to even put it straight, anything happens to Nnamdi Kanu, that Nigeria will just move on and continue to go. That person is making a big mistake. A big mistake. Especially when the likes of Sunday Igboho came out to say, leave this man. Do we know better than Sunday Igboho? I don't think so. He's been in that situation. The same situation Nnamdi Kanu has been. So for him to call for him, that shows you how serious that issue is. So please let us call a spade, and let us, like Mr. Jonathan said, understand that if it touches one person, it touches everybody. It touches everybody. Nobody will escape it. That is the reality we are facing. Quickly on the government on Binance, they say that is why when people say that the old heads to rule Nigeria is a big mistake. These people understand nothing. All they did was go to the blockchain, get the figures. Oh, they're taking money away. They don't even know that this Binance is helping them. Let them go and read peer-to-peer. They will understand. People will have Naira in Nigeria. They put it there. Even people who are doing business abroad, they give you this dollar that is scarce in Nigeria. And all they did was just come in there. Oh, you're taking dollars. Oh, 1 point something million a day. And you take them off. Let them, I think they said they arrested them. Let them do whatever they want. We see how they're gonna do. They're gonna take the billions. And this is in fact, this government is criminal. All they do is ransack people, harass people, steal their money, steal everything out of them. Quote me anywhere. Look at their characters. Look at the way they behave. People that can go to bank and take people's money. I'm sorry, Mr. Elvis, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. It's not enough time, but
thank you.
We take it.
Thank you very much, sir. I even added a few minutes to it. Your time will not expire, tele. But nevertheless, let's move on. I appreciate every one of you right there. Thanks for your time. Engineer Francis, if you're available, please talk to us. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, very clear, sir.
Good. Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody that's been keeping up the hope. Barack Obama, after William Gates, his defense secretary, after he inherited him from George Bush. But after him, the Democrats are like, okay, now we will get one of us. Because Barack Obama is a Democrat. William Gates was a Republican. Guess what? Barack Obama picked Chuck Hagel, the most conservative Republican in the Senate at that time. And the Democrats are like, why? Why? I thought you would have picked one of us. He said, no. One of us, that means when we're seated around the table, we'll all be speaking the same language. That he wants to hear from the other side too. And in such a powerful position as the defense secretary, they are like, hey, this man will lead us to war some here. He's like, no, I like to hear that diverse opinion. So in that spirit, I will say, please, guys, don't chastise to Niger. Let's be hearing from that opinion. But Mahmoud, no be God, but na devil go punish you. Mahmoud, you even saw the same video I saw, Tinubu at the Chatham House. You saw when they ask him a question, he will pass it to this one. They ask him the next question, he'll pass it to the next one. Did you miss that? Didn't that tell you that if you make this man the captain of the ship, that it would be too many captains in that same ship? And that's what's happening now. It's not Tinubu that's making all those decisions. It's those captains that make the decisions. Somebody's making noise, something. Anyway, it's those captains that are making the decisions that we are now feeling. One person will say go A, the other one will say go B. And that's what we're seeing now. So, Mahmoud, and all you, even you, Chief Justice Arewala, you guys thought that this man cannot stand at one place. He doesn't make the decisions. Some of it is made by his wife, some of it his son, some of it his son-in-law. All those people are the ones making the decisions. He has no idea what's going on. And then, let me have no idea or any idea of what's going on, Mr. Tinubu. Please, you see that thing that happened in Russia with Alexei Navalny, who they poisoned in prison there and he died. That's because it's Putin and Russia. Let the silence of the Igbos, let that not even make you think that the Igbos are going to sleep. If any hair is hurt from Nnamdi Kanu while he is there, you know Igbos have been to war before and they know how to put on their war gear. They will, that means you definitely are calling for serious trouble. When trouble they sleep, making Nyangano come wake up. All these your two Niger type people you have going everywhere, they never see war. They don't know what they are advising you. And you, even you, Wole Soyinka, you should be able to read between the lines and tell him that leave this Nnamdi Kanu. If he dies or anything happens to him out there in prison, believe me, that is the definite problem you do not want to welcome in Nigeria. And then I have one suggestion to Peter Obi. Please, let's rename this thing. You were saying it all the way through the campaign and you're still saying it now. And that is that state police. Let's rename it. That word police in Nigeria is down the drains, in the gutter. Anybody hears police, immediately what they will think is what we have now, which is a fraud. Why don't we call it National Guard? And the way it will be implemented is very simple, the same way. Every local government headquarters will have one office called the State National Guard. And the people they will recruit will be people from that local government. You can now give them a certain number of recruits, and then the federal will send their army drill sergeants and everybody to come and train them. And then, like what you were saying about the state police, but in this case, call it National Guard. That gives them a different taste. Once you use that word police, when I hear police in Nigeria, I'm thinking of corruption. I'm sorry, but that is what it is. So let's get these kids. In fact, it will even give employment to some of those kids that are unemployed now in the villages and in the local government areas. You are right on the money. And Tinubu, in fact, Tinubu's handlers, please explain this to him. When you have that National Guards units in force, guess what? They will be the ones that will make sure that the farmers go to the farms. And they will be the ones that will guard. And they will be the ones that, in fact, this security we are talking about comes in immediately. Without security, you cannot farm. So definitely, once you implement this, it will trigger the other ones. And maybe from the, I don't know what season it is now, but from the recent harvest they will make, food prices will start coming down. So you guys that are Tinubu's handlers, please tell him this. It's P2B that came up with that idea, so he may not want to hear anything P2B has to say, but paint it in a way like when the Secret Service is making presentations to President Trump that time. They just use cartoon pictures. Paint it anyway, but to let him get the full idea that if he can get this Nigerian National Guard, every state, every local government will have their own residents, their own people that live there. In that local government, they will be the ones that will be recruited to handle that security issue there. I think this thing, the National Assembly is debating about policing. Please, President Tinubu, do one thing for Nigeria. Preempt the National Assembly. That's a corrupt house. Throw this immediately over to the governors and tell them to go ahead and recruit in their local governments. If you let National Assembly, by the time they finish writing that mumbo jumbo they are doing, it will be messed up. It will be corrupt. So let the states handle it immediately right now, like yesterday, so that by now we should have seriously trained National Guardsmen and women all over the country, in every local government. And let me see how those whatever bandits or whatever nickname you guys are giving them, let me see how they will come. And then, like over here in the US, if one state's National Guards unit are overwhelmed, the neighboring states will send their own troops to help. So if one local government is being overwhelmed by those bandits or those herdsmen or whatever, the next local government will send their own team to come and help. But you have to start something. And something like that will even encourage the investors, because they know now that you have security. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Engineer Francis. God bless you, sir. Thanks for your wonderful submission. All right, I would like to quickly address Mr. Pansat. Mr. Pansat, somebody drew my attention to your comment. You commented at 1 minute past 9. Although you have been timed out, I was told you already be timed out, but I still have the comment here. I'm not going to put it on screen because of the sensitivity attached to it. But I want to warn you for the last time. You know, you've been thrown out from this platform so many times, and you have been timed out so many times, but you have never been blocked on this platform before. But I want to tell you today, whenever you leave a comment like this, never again on this platform, you'll be blocked on earth and in heaven. When you use my Oba of Benin as a case scenario or any kind of example, you'll be blocked on earth and heaven. And I'm not going to respond to this never again. I've warned you. You know, if you're talking about, because I did not throw Tunaja out of my platform, you know, if he was talking about my Oba and all that, you are not better than Tunaja. Every Igbo person all over the world, yes, if you are doing comparison, yet if they are better than Tunaja, I might even listen. You are not better than Tunaja. You have created more chaos on my platform than Tunaja. You have created more problem on my platform than Tunaja. So if you ever do it again, I will not respond to you. You'll be blocked on earth and heaven. It's a no-go area. So, and you can never do comparison with my Oba with anybody. I've warned you. You did it 3 days ago on this platform. You did it last week on this platform. And this is your third time doing it. And it's the final. And any kind of rubbish comment from you right now can even lead to the immediate block because you are not needed. I've told you before, our Oba is our second God. You don't reference to it. You don't dare. If you try it, you'll be blocked on earth and heaven. Next time, I promise you, and everybody's listening to me right now, there is no taking back. Thank you very much. Let me call on the next person. I would like to call on Oga Consign. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good, fine, and you?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us. You have 8 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay. Thank you, my brother, Dr. Director Elvis. Thank you, the panelists, Madam Luke, Mr. Les, CM, and all the rest. Chibus or what? I forgot that. I couldn't get his name here. Okay, hello, everybody there. I thank you. God bless you, Madam Patricia, and all the rest. May God continue to bless all of you. You see, to start with, every time I speak here, I usually spoke about the sufferings of the people in Plateau State and the insecurity in Nigeria. I usually mention that. There is no day I speak here I don't mention that. Because those people are because they're important to me and to all of you, everybody in Nigeria. Everybody in Nigeria is very, very important. I never one day speak here, I don't talk about those people. That is one. Two, you see this issue of to Niger. I said here many times, to Niger, last year, I heard to Niger calling Philip Television, where those boys are analyzing in the morning. That was only his problem. That his only problem from London. He has to call just for them to air his view that Nnamdi Kanu must never come out from that jail. I was wondering that time I don't know him very well, but when I start going to Dr. Damages, that's when I start. That time I start knowing him. Even last 2 weeks we quarrel about this issue also. So, but that is by the way. May him and this evil this thing continue to be where they are. On the issue of at hand today, I want to thank Mr. Les. He really spoke almost what my mind. Because this Ojuku and Ojuku saw this. Even this suffering today, Biafrans are suffering. Ojuku saw this many years ago. And that was when Nnamdi Kanu came also on board. Even though it was Zilike, because of them, that's why they came on board. And again, even though Tinubu also has said he don't believe in one Nigeria before, he has said it. So in the same thing, many of them have said this, we don't believe in one Nigeria. And that is where we are today. If that we have had our own country, Biafra, maybe we could have destroyed ourselves, or today we could have one of the best countries in Africa or in the world. Malaysia and all the rest, Namibia, all of them, they are very good. They're progressing. So, but that, by the way, in this life, like what Soyinka has said. Soyinka also said, if we cannot decentralize, it's better we divide. And yesterday, when I was talking yesterday, I said Tinubu went to Ondo, and he said the structure, I think the year will come later. But he promised them that that's what he's going to do first. But now he lied to them, and that was why make Soyinka to come and say what he said yesterday. Because Soyinka thought that this man, when he goes there, that was why that man was supporting him, maybe. He thought that when this man goes there, he will try to restore the country. But now you see that he's not doing it. You see? And that was why he came out to say what he's saying now. But I want to tell everybody, it's not that I'm trying to wish Nigeria evil. You see, what Madam Luke said yesterday, I borrow what I said, what you say, what she said. She heard that the Hausas are feeling short change, that they are not in power, and it's like they're not going to leave the power again if they get it. And I'm saying now, today, that if whatever, let me tell you, all of us from the South, whether we like it or not, if the Hausas take this power again, they can never leave it. Whether you like, and before you get it from them, we will go to war with them. And they will deal with us, with the South. I'm telling you. Because even Tinubu is ruling today. Tinubu is ruling, but being controlled by the North. We have been good friends with, we have been good brothers and friends with Yoruba, mostly Yoruba people. But Nnamdi Kanu is there, and the Biafrans are buying themselves, and the Tinubu cannot release Nnamdi Kanu. But he was able to release Bawa, the EFC chairman, before. He was able to release him in the night, he released him. He released others. Why can't he release Nnamdi Kanu? So that at least that place can have peace. But he don't want to release him. We are buying ourselves. We don't even know those who are killing our people there. We don't know. Some of them are Fulani herdsmen. Some of them are other people from the other Igbos killing themselves because of Nnamdi Kanu. And today that man is keeping him there. We have been so good. We intermarry with the Yorubas, we intermarry with everybody. Mostly the Yorubas, Bendelis, all of them. We marry all of us. We know ourselves. We are brothers. We are sisters, brothers and sisters. But what is happening? No, if it was an Igbo man today in the seat of power, there's no way Yoruba man can be there under this kind of circumstances. Without he didn't kill he didn't buy anybody, and he's still there. For what reason? He's being controlled. This man is being controlled by the Fulanis, by the Caliphate or what they call them. And that is why I say this today. If we don't take time, if we don't know what we are going to do by now, if these people handle this seat of government again, my brother, we don't know who is coming again. Because for now, the way Nigeria is structured now, any election that is made after Tinubu is going to be an Hausa man. So that is the problem. That's how we have to start from by now to talk about how we can go. No country cannot stand. No country. We will stand. Nobody, no way. Even today, those people want to have their own country. There's no way they cannot stand. As long as they have good government, as long as they have good people, they will stand and they will progress. Let me tell you, people, this thing that this light that Abba is having today. Honestly speaking, yesterday I heard that Imo State, when the former governor came on board, he wanted to contract those people to still do the same thing in Imo State, but they bring in this armed robber from the Caliphate. And that man started everything, started that aspiration. If not, we're supposed to have the same power today. So what I'm saying here in effect is this: we have to know what we are. We have to start from now to think about our future, because for now, no Satan will have that post again for many years. So we don't know where Buhari came. Buhari came and see what he did to all of us. See what he did to the Sataners. And if they come again with the way the hungry is beating them now, beating everybody now, my brother, they cannot like to leave that post again. They will make sure that that place is colonized. Even if you like, let us go to one everything. But it's better we start now to plan how we are going to do, because it's going to be difficult for us. It will. That's whether you like it or not, it will. So, and for me,
are you done, sir?
Nigeria is supposed to be a great country if that you have good leaders. I'm so saddened, honestly speaking, when I see my people suffering in Nigeria. I'm so saddened. It pains me. Makes me to cry, because people in Nigeria are supposed not to be suffering. Sometimes I try to help, but we are also here. We also feeling it. We are feeling it. When I see Nigerians suffering, I say, for what reason should Nigerian people suffer? We're not supposed to suffer. We're supposed to be our brother's keeper, if not because of these wicked politicians that are dividing us. They are dividing us, and they're not even looking at the back. Now, Tinubu yesterday, he was threatening the NLC. Why must you threaten the NLC? Tinubu now is talking as if he's the God in Nigeria, that nothing can happen to him, that whatever he wants, he can do whatever he wants. Because he believes that he has pocketed the army, he has pocketed all the security services, their chiefs. That's what is giving him confidence. So he believes that now he's God, that nothing can happen to him. How can a man like that, because he's a drug dealer? And most of the time, I start to think, is Tinubu really rich the way people think? That man was not all the way people say, because what I think is that he himself made money from Lagos State. And that money from Lagos State, that's what is keeping himself. If Tinubu was rich before the election, he's supposed to take care of himself very well. But since he came in, look at the way he's shining. He has made himself now. These days now, it's looking like this, because he's well now. He's taking Nigerian money and become well. And Nigerian people are suffering. Well, not that I don't blame Nigerians. We know that how he came into this power. Nobody voted for him. People didn't vote for him. He didn't win the election. But only because he rigged the election, and with the connivance of the caliphate. That's why he's there today. And they are playing their game. And we are suffering. How can we suffer in a blessed country that God gave us? We are not supposed to suffer the way we are suffering. Things are hard. I join also Mr. Mendeman Patricia. If anybody knows what he can help for his people, let him then give to their people. Because the people there are suffering. I called somebody today in River State. The person tell me, please, if you know the way the market now, if many people are going back to their villages, people who have shops, people who have businesses are going back to their villages. They say they cannot be in town again. He said before the markets are crowded, but these days they are no more crowded, because
This
people are
man
leaving their houses, going to the village.
they talk for year.
What a country! What a country! Called Nigeria.
Mr. Consign.
Please, my brothers and sisters, let's us think very well.
Mr. Consign, we have to stop you right there. You are just brother, my sister. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Okay, Consign, you're the brother, my sister, they go.
Me or the laugh here, because the guy thought, maybe he's thinking it's part of the system that the thing just goes up like that.
Okay, voila. All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Mr. Oduwa, then I will now come to Oga CM. Mr. Oduwa, thank you very much, sir, for your long patience, long wait. Please talk to us, sir. You have 8 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Can we hear me?
Yes, you are good, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, all the panelists, the commenters, the listeners, and the viewers, and the anchor borrowers, and the Emilocons. Well, Mr. Najawash, I will still do the same thing, because one of our brothers said, you people should be patient. And this is what our leaders used to tell us. And you will be showing just Nigeria issues. So, Mr. Ghana, we are telling you people to be patient. So you need to be showing us Ghana videos. You need to begin their issues so that we cannot focus on Nigeria on. We will not be focusing on Ghana. So that I will still be diverting people attentions to cause confusions. Hello. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Well, anyway, for me, Nigerians are not suffering. Nigeria are enjoying. According to the Bible, it said, whatever a man soweth, that shall he reap.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Okay, concern somebody's already talking now, or you want me to remove you to come back again? You are disrupting the media with your bad network.
So,
go ahead.
whatever a man soweth, that shall he reap. I said it the other day that when Buhari were destroying the country economy, nobody came out for protest. You cannot plant any crops today and start reaping it today, apart from corn that you will reap in another 8 to 8 months, and yam 10 months. So the time people were supposed to plant, Buhari destroyed it for them. And nobody, none of the region came apart from Nnamdi Kanu, who were so wise and said, enough is enough, that enabled him to say, what did they call it that time? EXM. That enabled him to say EXM to come out and take over their bushes. But with the Southerners, with the South, the Southwest, the North, both, the North, and whatever you might not them, they could not come out to fight their brothers by destroying their livelihood. So the visions that they clap Buhari to build for them is what they are reaping now. So that is why when Tinubu they said hardship, yes, the reason I'm blaming Tinubu because he was the one who went to Buhari house and called Buhari to come. And when the thing were happening, he refused to talk against Buhari. Instead of him talking against Buhari, he were telling Fashoroti that this is what God wants your daughter to happen to him that way. So these are what people are facing because Buhari have planted, then it is time we are reaping it. Then Tinubu now is still planting his own by making fuel, which is called subsidy. Nigeria said subsidy to be removed. I laugh when people talk of removing subsidy is where Nigeria will go forward. Removing subsidy is just a scam and destruction to humanity, to Nigeria's livelihood. Anyone who have traveled to Libya, we understand that the same fuel we draw in Nigeria is the same fuel they draw in Libya. In Libya, 4 liters we sell with a ruba. A ruba in Libya, a ruba in Nigeria should be called as kobo. So 4 liters we are being sold by a ruba. That means 4 liters of your fuel should be sold by kobos, not even naira. Not to come and say 5 naira, 10 naira. Will be sold by kobos. Now, Libya is a country where the day that Gaddafi will celebrate his birthday, that's every year, the Libya has to come with 10 dinar. 10 dinar that time was 1,000 naira. To come and carry a new brand Jeep car, which that Toyota, the Bora, Toyota Bora, you will come with 10 dinar to come and carry car. And people are saying subsidy is what we make Nigeria to go for. Removing subsidy is what we make Nigeria to go for. Is it not pathetic to say is when you remove subsidy? When you have in Nigeria, they are so talented that even they are refining fuel in Bayelsa. There is no president who have ever ruled in that country and said, these people, since you can do these things, refine fuel for us. We will be supervising these things that you are doing. Instead of them to make those boys keep working there, they will start destroying what they are doing. When you have a 10 liter of water in your house, instead of you to make a good use of that water, you went and bust that liter, throw away the water. What did you expect in your house? Is it not going to be flooding or rough? So these are what we are facing today. Since the NAPC, which supposed to be the machines working, could not work, Nigeria developed other alternatives to refine the fuel. If you be good leaders, you're supposed to empower those people to keep on doing it. Bring the fuel to filling stations and so for your people. But instead of that, you people said it is the subsidy that is causing it. Were they subsidizing for the Bayelsa people doing? Do they anyone subsidize for them to refine those wells? So I wonder when people are thinking that because they can talk another matter, that they are well educated to come and deceive people in their telling them subsidy is what. Since they have been saying subsidy is no longer there, do they tell us how much they have recovered? Is it not the same borrow? They are still borrowing. So please, people should know how to put things before us with the layman, so that we can understand. Because if refinery in Ologbo or whatever Saple or whatever areas the refinery was set up, why is the Senate changing their car whenever they sit 4 years, every 4 years? Why are they changing their cars? Is it not to have a better movement? Why can't we be building refinery every 4 years that the Senate, the president come into office and the Senate come into office? Why can't they be building refineries? Do they not have the money? Instead of building refinery, they will tell you that they are importing fuel. Russia and Ukraine is the one that now caused the inflation because they have their own problem. When another person have problem, what concerns you? You have a farm, you have a cutlass, you have anything, but you cannot plant. Then you say you are hungry. Is it not your fault? Is it not your laziness that caused your hunger? So people should please teach us well. Our brother said, Mr. Governor, lead us well, President, lead us well, make you not fall inside well. So don't come and throw us into the pit. So these are what I have to let us to understand, that the cause of us is what we cause by ourselves.
Thank you.
So, like one of our brothers, the governor said, okay.
You talk about that one of our brother later. Thank you, sir. God bless you. All right. Let me pick this call quickly. Thank you very much, Madam Origin, for calling in. Good evening to you. Happy weekend to you. Please talk to us, ma'am.
I was trying to beat the 10 o'clock. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello, this wonderful, wonderful nation, wonderful people, wonderful country. It is possible. It is possible. Living at peace, side by side with everyone is possible. This place is apolitical, is a religion, is a tribe, is devoid of everything that, cause pain to our people. I greet you, Mr. Niger Watch. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Because of time, I'm not going to run through my, whatever they call it. I greet Mama Diaspora. Happy New Month, Ma. God bless you for giving us a son that is not giving us pain, but is giving joy. People come here to heal, to vent. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Niger Watch, I want to really spell out this word. Satanistes. Satanist. When you call Satanist, people don't understand. What it means, it is people that cause pain to humanity. It is people They are unrepentant. Their goal is to kill, buy, steal, destroy. It is what gives them joy. You can't change them. They are unrepentant. So when you come here, I used to send something, this place where your heart skin, so long as God has not removed the one that is their papa up there, there's nothing you can do with the ones that are here on planet Earth. We are dealing with unprecedented evil and wickedness in our nation. Everybody is feeling it. Thank you, Mr. Forefather to Niger. Thank you for reminding us that what we are, the people we are dealing with are real human beings. Thank you for keeping us and reminding us that we are not lying. Those people are not ghosts. They are human beings. Thank you for coming here to inflict pain. We've been enduring. We will continue to endure until God give us. See this light we are holding? You can't put it out. You can't buy us. We have suffered enough in this country. You have no idea, because I believe strongly you're not from Nigeria. Even those of us that are in diaspora, we feel the pain of our people. We feel their pain. You have no idea. So you're not gonna feel our pain. Instead, you will be like your fathers. The one Mr. Niger Watch called. So when he talks about Satanism, it is not a cause. It's either you're here or you're there. When you're there in that group, you would do like your father. Mr. Niger Watch, that is just what I want to say here. I don't have much to say. God bless you. God bless you. Please, my able team, thank you all for doing what you know best to do. That is to keep speaking, to keep being conscious to this evil that has behooved us.
Thank you, ma'am.
That maybe we will be, in our lifetime, our people will have freedom. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Madam Loretta. Thank you. Okay.
Mr.
I'd like to call on the next person to speak to
Mr.
us. Yes, sir.
I don't know what happened. My distance just went off.
And you were talking forever. We were stopping you. You didn't hear, but that's fine. It was your network, sir. Let's move on. Thank you. I have Black Panther on the phone. Black Panther, thank you very much for calling in. Please quickly talk to us. Good evening to you. You have 2 minutes.
Niger Wash, thank you for picking my call. And I want to thank everybody who has been speaking towards a well-defined aim and objective and a goal, and sort of fighting for the emancipation of our great nation, Nigeria. Like I've said here, thank our mommy that I've just spoken. I felt what you have really, you spoke upon. The evil, we cannot run far from evil. It will always be among us. The Bible says we cannot go far from those that are in need, the poor. They will live among us. So is evil. But one thing that is different is that we have the potential, we have the power to deter them from not getting closer to us. If we have that wisdom, then we can push forward. And Mr. Obi said, we lack critical thinkers. And also, I would say, we lack people that does not have understanding, but they want to listen to something that will please their heart and make them, say, oh, it's making sense. But they don't really know the nature and the perpetration of evil and the damage this thing has caused into Nigeria. But what we are seeing is poverty. It will be very, very difficult for Nigeria to rise up if all of us do not speak with one voice. Our uncle said we should set up, maybe they don't understand what is called defense or policing. Maybe Nigeria does not understand what is called defending your motherland. Now we don't require the military. We have enough military that can deter the insurgents from coming. come into the country. Who are the insurgents? They are the Fulani herdsmen. Don't put Fulani herdsmen. It's not outside herdsmen. It is Fulani herdsmen. So we have the capability to deter them. Nigeria went into another man's country and restore back hope. And that is Liberia. The question is, why can't we restore back hope in Nigeria? When we say the problem of Nigeria is the Fulani, some people do not want to speak about it. Nigeria Watch, I put something on, I sent you a message. I will put my money down on that thing I sent you. Do it, and you see what's going to happen. Just do it, you see what's going to happen. I want you to do it. I want you to sit down, reason with me, and do it with peace of mind. Do it at your own time, and you will see that the result will always be the same. I just want to plead with you. Read it, do it, and convince. I want you to convince yourself, because I'm already convinced. I know what I'm doing. I know how painful it is to see a man say that one life that did not commit any evil, that we cannot save that life now. It is inconsequential. We should put it aside, and we should look at what the leadership are supposed to do to defend the nation. And it is we now that you are calling for us to do the needful instead of calling on Agbado to do the needful. You can see the sycophancy in there.
Thank you.
To Nigeria, please, I want you to do it. Experiment on your own way and convince yourself.
Thank you. I'll read what you sent to me. No problem. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. I appreciate you all. August CM, thank you very much for your long wait and your patience. You're the last person on the panel so that we can have a final submission. Please go ahead, sir. Talk to us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Niger Watch. Good evening, everybody. Please, all protocols duly observed. I really came in because of today's topic. I think two things you highlighted. More companies are leaving Nigeria as business environment deteriorates by P2B. And then the second one, hardship. Government should not be taking Nigerians for a ride, I believe, by Shoyinka. Let me start from that, what Shoyinka said. I think this is about the lecture he gave, in which he's making a proposal. He said, if we can think, he summarized it by saying, it is better for the nation to die so that people will live. So that's the way he put it. I listened to it. Why I have to comment on it is that because what we do here, to be honest with you, Niger Watch, is like, what is it? We are trying to, how do they describe it? He said, we are trying to salvage the way we can. Maybe profile solution, people listening to us and hear what we say, like our voices go far. You see, Nigeria the way it is, let me join my voice to Shoyinka, despite all some of the things he must have said in the past that angered a lot of people. Shoyinka is talking of decentralization, because if you call it restructuring, people may say you want to break up Nigeria, because illiteracy to some people is a disease that can only be cured by being enlightened. So to that extent, I've already had my own proposal, because I want people to listen to us and learn. The type of federalism we run in Nigeria, given our peculiar circumstance of how different people from different ethnic nationality, value system, different levels of civilization, and different stages of, not levels, different stages of civilization, how we were forced together into a country in which we are finding it difficult to coexist because of internal squabbles and so many divergent proclivities. We are not unique. Britain tried it in India with Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India. Today, there are 3 different countries. India is marching forward. Today, the GDP of India is higher than that of UK, despite UK being their colonial power. Now, India tried it in Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania as a protectorate of East Africa. But on their own accord, they decided to go their separate ways. And today is happening. Then you talk about Sudan and South Sudan. They are no more. If you go to Europe, there are things like that. But in Nigeria's own case, if we are running a true federalism, a true federation, I would like to propose, like I've always done for those listening, the federal power at the center should not be in control of more than 6 items, at most 7. Number one, defense. Yes, the defense of the country should be federal, just like Shoyinka was saying, decentralized. In defense, you talk of the army, the navy, and the air force. Number two, the reserve banking, or what they call central banking and monetary policy, to issue currency. That should be the function of the federal government. They should do it. Number three, diplomacy and foreign service. Nigeria should have embassies all over the world in which country they like, and then send ambassadors there and play the diplomacy, even up to the UN, ECOWAS, AU, and the other regional groupings. Number four, immigration, nationality, identity, and passport control. These are, we should have one passport, then determine who is immigration, who is doing it on behalf of the federal government, nationality, who is a Nigerian national, identity, how do we identify ourselves, and then we issue passport in case you're traveling abroad or outside the country. Number five, there's what they call a security and intelligence service. Of course, we should have something that will be in the neighborhood, what's they call Mossad for Egypt, KG, is it MI6 and MI5 for UK, CIA for USA, then KGB for Russia. We should have our own. It should be federal. Because what I'm making all this proposal is what will be used to salvage Nigeria, like Shoyinka is saying, because Nigeria is at the critical stage and Tinubu can do this if he wants to. Number six, national/international border control. Nigeria should be able to police our borders. From Sokoto State to Borno State, all the boundary between Nigeria and Niger, very long, and then from Sokoto State down to Lagos State, all the border and the west coast between Nigeria, Benin Republic, and I think yes, and then all the border from Borno State down to Akwa Ibom for the border between Nigeria, Chad, and Cameroon. Then issue of police, there should be a police at the federal, but that should be only for federal capital territory that the federal government should control. The rest 36 should have their own police. Why I'm saying this is that policing has a lot to do with anthropology. This idea of send me from Anambra State to go and be policing in Borno and Kanuri, I don't know the idiosyncrasies. I may be going there for the first time, or because I joined the police, or you send me to your state, or you send somebody from Kwara State to go and be going to Bayelsa. It doesn't work. So why I'm making all these things, I know I've said it before several times, but because Shoyinka delivered the lecture, and Shoyinka, his voice goes far. Listen to him, and then because it's coming from him, you see, in the days and weeks ahead, people will be making reference to it. And again, because we have this platform, I have to propose it. Nigeria is under distress now. It depends on if the man there, Tinubu, will be a man, and then this is what we need. The federal government needs to decentralize as much as possible. Which brings me to why do we need to do this and what it will give. More companies are leaving Nigeria, of course they are leaving, because the business climate in Nigeria is no longer good. But if we do this, like P2B pointed out, Nigerians will be the greatest investor. When you decentralize, look at the issue of power. Now they are making it that a state can generate electricity. Now look at Abia State. That's what we are celebrating. People are just saying, 24-hour electricity, I will relocate there, I will do this. Mind you, Uganda had their independence 1962. 2 years after, I think, yes, 2 years after Nigeria. Tanzania was 61, Kenya 63. Yet, since then, they've been enjoying constant electricity and they're even exporting electricity to Kenya. Not because Kenya can't generate, but Kenya is highly industrialized that they need to supplement their domestic production. So Uganda is exporting next door and then collecting money. So look at Uganda where they are, and yet we can't do it. So a lot has to do. If really Nigeria should be salvaged, I'm putting this because somebody told me, I said I have to put it out. If Nigeria should be salvaged, this is the time. This type of thing should be done, and it's very, very urgent. Very, very, very urgent. Because Nigeria is crumbling under the weight of the type of government we run. And that is what is breeding corruption. When we decentralize and the federal government concentrates on these 6 key areas, it will be free. It's like you've shed a lot of load. I do not see why fertilizer should be a federal issue. Federal secondary school, federal government college, for what? Even health. Why should all this be? There are a lot of things that should not be under federal. So many. When you onboarding them, okay, look at issue like power. The area, that 9 local government in Abia that will be enjoying it for now because the rest will be getting it, they will have to step it up within some months. Those 9, they are no longer, they don't care about power holding company anymore. Electricity regulation is not for them. Whether you appoint minister for power or you didn't appoint, it doesn't concern them. All they know is that this is their geometric plant, power supply. They pay the bill, they get the light. So it will even engender more industries going there. And I bet you, I know what people will do. So many people will now have washing machine in their houses. They start living a little bit of the life they live in Europe because they've got power. So that is what it will do. Nigeria, if we had decentralized something like this since 1999, I don't think by now that Nigeria should be in a mess that it is. And I will find it difficult to believe that in 5 years' time, so many states by the year 2029, so many states will not have their own power generation like Abia State is having. So that is the power. Because in Nigeria, I don't see why we should be doing this type of thing we're doing. When I read about it, it pains me. Which brings me to the chap who phoned from either Kaduna or so, was crying, using the 32,000 he had in his pocket to go and buy food. When he after doing the purchase, 32,300 naira. 32,300 naira. I think I mentioned pounds, sorry. 32,300 naira. And then the 300 naira discounted. He said, don't worry, you don't have money. That's okay. Only for him to face somebody who is even asking for money. In his magnanimity, he went back to say, take some of the food stuff, give me some money, let me give this person. You now see the way he was crying. Yeah, some people might think it's exaggeration. It is not. It is not. This is really a crisis situation. Even if this is exaggerated, didn't we see people being flogged for collecting bread the other day in Lagos? Is this still being exaggerated? Didn't we see a video clip of somebody in Osun State, or like was made to know, who collapsed? They have to revive the person with a plate of rice. What sort of nonsense is that? So this is the Nigeria we discuss. And whatever it is, because some people may come here to score one type of point or this or that. I don't want to. There are so many things left unsaid. Sometimes what is left unsaid is better, is even much more important than what you say. But sometimes every day cannot be brick bat. So let me just leave some issues out. But let me wish that the fact that companies are leaving Nigeria, those that have stayed for over 60 years, that should be a wake-up call. If there is anything Nigeria needs, the federal government should unburden itself so that the state can take on some of this. Government cannot do everything. The federalism we are running, in line with what Shoyinka lecture delivered by Professor Shoyinka, the federalism we are running is anti-progress. We are not going anywhere with it. It breeds corruption. It's very retrogressive. Like Peter B said, in a corrupt system, nobody thinks. It kills entrepreneurship. It kills creativity. It even kills what is it called, interpersonal relationship. So Nigeria, the way it is now, like Sultan also said, is on a keg of gunpowder. Anything is possible. But if I'm to advise this government now, it is a case of one. This is the time to decentralize. Hand over all these things to state right now, today, tomorrow, so that you can control a little bit, so that the states will be occupied, and then you can't be feeding 200 million from the center. It's not possible. It's not. Nobody can do. No. Even a whole state of 20 local government, you can't feed them from the state capital. Let's just face it. How can you be feeding people, Nigerians, from the center? You buy rice, you give to different states. For how long? For how long? At most, you do it 1 week, and after eating, what happens next? So, if anything should be, I'm trying to say this because anything is possible in Nigeria. The other day, they said there was no coup. The rumor of a coup, it didn't happen. Sultan Sokoto saying Nigeria is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. IBB saying that a coup may be happening. These things are signs. We know. Whether that is why Gowon went to go and insult himself by going to Tinubu, I don't know. But all I'm trying to say is that, well, this opportunity I have to contribute my own. The government should do something now. As per Nnamdi Kanu, a lot of people they've said so much about it. But all I know is that something must surely have to give. Thank you, Niger Watch.
Augustine, thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful submission. I know I like your stand on this. Trust me. Yes.
Can I respond to some of the things?
No. You can't respond, sir. When it gets to your final submission, you do that. We are not responding for anything at all. You can use your final submission to respond to anything. I don't have time. We're going to give final submission now. Everybody, thank you very much for your time with us. Everyone on the platform have given their submission, and our phone line is already closed. So we're going to have our final submission right now, so that we all can go have our weekend. Although we were the UK, no weekend, we not forget, no evening anymore. We've already used our evening here.
What happened to Friday debates anyway?
Yes, I don't tire. I don't tire. We used to have that, but my people are not too easy like
Mr.
that.
Naja, what is happening here every day is more than Friday debate. Please continue the way you are doing it now.
Being here 7 days to Nigeria,
just call it everyday debate right now.
I take that on board. It's not easy.
It's not easy, eh? Anyway, thank you very much. Let's have our final submission, my people, for 4 minutes as usual. Let me go to Madam Luke. Madam Luke, I never ever call you. Don't mute yourself.
Is that right? You think no one gonna have happy weekend too? Why you think so? Jump, go enter stage first. Make up a quick run, come out. Oh well.
Please talk to us. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, my wonderful panelists. Thank you for a very spirited session today. If we don't have any excitement, it would have been boring. So thank you to Niger for jumping in there. And we always have to tender justice with mercy. And I will appeal for small sensitivity. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but we have to be sensitive. Unknown caller. Sorry about that. Off. Okay, so as we were saying, as Mr. Niger Watch came yesterday and just put, just to have a drive, a support for Nnamdi Kanu, let's do this. I expected everybody to be on board and just to go with the grain because it's with the good faith. But if some people don't want to, that is their choice. But like I said, it becomes a sensitivity issue. But I'm happy we're able to walk through that. And so we can move on to address the issues that are bothering the country. Yes, insecurity is one of them. Hunger is one of them. Like the caller that came in and was screaming, that was crying about the hunger situation it's what it is. But unfortunately, people should understand that you reap what you sow, like Mr. Concern said. You reap what you sow, because when this was going on during Buhari's time, these are the same people that didn't come out and talk about these issues because there was an agenda. It was an Amilokan agenda. So everybody closed their eyes to when they were making away with the loot of the treasury. Is that not selfish? All because you want to be president. You sat back for 8 years and you watched a man like yourself mortgage the future of Nigerians for generations to come. And now we're crying. Now that they have used up the 8 years of their local, Arewa local, we didn't hear any voice. So now we're hearing Emi local. Now everybody's crying. Only because of the reckless policies Buhari put this country in for 8 years. And we're not gonna say it's only Tinubu and his camp that did that. We had people from the south, people, like you said, people on the southeast. They were just waiting for their turn, just to jump on the gravy train, and now everybody's crying. You see, there is nothing like cutting your nose to spite your face. Nothing like cutting your nose to spite your face. And all because of that, may I help you? I'll bring it to you. Thank you. So there's nothing like cutting your nose to spite your face. And that's why we're all suffering today. How are we going to dig ourselves from that? That is where Tunaja comes in. Hashtag hunger, hashtag security. We've been doing this for the past 9 months. That is what we have been doing. Whether you hashtag it or you scream it or you cry it, or that is what we've been doing for the past 9 months. It's just that now the kidnapping and the insecurity is not symbolized by one man. The whole situation there is now it is now what Nnamdi Kanu represents. Because when you don't have no justice, you don't have no security, where you go and kidnap somebody and bring them to the country through the back door with a British passport, and then you're locking them up there for no reason, even if the legal system has freed them and even given him money for compensation. What other symbol of protest can you have in that man that represents all the injustice and all the evils in that society? But you are entitled to your own opinion, and you are entitled to how you want to protest. But we must keep this platform civil, and that is why I always go by my talking points, so I don't derail and I keep the place sane. So we should endeavor to, temper justice with mercy and be sensitive in our submission. We are all one, and hopefully we will work for a better Nigeria going forward. Thank you and have a blessed weekend.
Thank you very much, Mother Luke. God bless you. Thanks for your time with us every day. I appreciate you always. Let me quickly go to the next person. Mr. Alex, please give us your final submission. 4 minutes, sir. Thank you.
When Nelson Mandela was in prison, the world was having hunger problem and insecurity problem. Yet, people campaigned for his release for 27 years, non-stop, including countries, heads of states, what you call dictators, including Nigerian governments, successive Nigerian government, the likes of Muammar Gaddafi, Arafat of Palestine, Fidel Castro of Cuba. Name them. Kwame Nkrumah was in prison, and the world cried out that Britain should let Ghana go because he came from the Marcus Garvey ideology coming from America to free Ghana, naming it from Gold Coast to Ghana, giving them a national anthem that is being used up till today. It is insensitive for somebody to say a man fighting for his people is not prioritized or should not be prioritized. I say capital detrimental to that. That is, for me, it is nonsensical, and it's a non sequitur. You shouldn't talk like that. Today is Nnamdi Kanu, tomorrow it could be somebody very close to you, if not you. So I'm not an Igbo man, but I'm a human being, well educated by the grace of God, very exposed and very sensitive, with good moral conscience intact. So, in fact, the only thing we should be discussing now is Nnamdi Kanu. What did he do that Igbo did not do? If there's anybody that ought to be in jail, it's your governors, past and serving governors, most of them criminals that looted the country dry. When Donald Trump newly came to office, he threatened to publish the name of Nigerian ex-leaders and serving leaders who are having money in American banks. They were all running a tasketa. Billions of dollars, hundreds of millions owned by your leaders. But you are here criticizing a man who said, don't kill my people or let us go, working on the Ojuku's ideology. They teach you lies about Ojuku. Ojuku was for peace. He didn't start the war. He only declared his own republic because the Fulani Caliphate were not ready for progressive discussions. They were not ready for education. They were not ready for democracy. They were not ready for, brotherliness. They were not ready. Ojuku said, okay, these are my people. We speak one language. This is how it's going to be. After consulting, if you must be told, he consulted leaders of thought across the dichotomy. Nnamdi Kanu's house was invaded against the court injunction. His family members were murdered in cold blood. He had to escape for his life. He resurfaced in Israel, continued in the UK. The rest, they say, is history. Who is more dangerous than all the governors that have ruled since 1999? All the presidents, the ministers, with the exception of Musa Yar'Adua, may so rest in peace. When some of us talk, we should listen to ourselves. Gentlemen, it's not a child's play to be away from your young wife, young children, because of the love of mother's land. He's not fighting. He didn't ask for money. Money were offered to him. He rejected them. Put his life on the line. Fulani Esme were also killing people in my own state, in Edo State here. Is not the Kanu the cause of that? I know you argue with what the federal government gave you to be saying. There is a terrorist. He killed people. He was inciting people. Who did they incite? Buhari incited people more than Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu only asked for them to defend themselves. Cannot come to my house and invade my privacy and want to rape my daughters. I should be looking at you in the name of one Nigeria. To hell with that one Nigeria. To hell with it. Today and forever. If one Nigeria is to rape farmers,
thank you.
Take over Express Road. I know Nigeria also still coming. He doesn't like me talking like that. I'll leave it here. This is my humble Logomaki. I'm my Logomaki. I live here with our logo Apache. I saw you coming, but anyways, thank you.
I beg, go on, Basha and sleep.
let me run into my brother to Nigeria this night. Let me run.
Thank you very much. God bless you all. Okay, let me come to the next person. I don't know if Madam Patricia is still available with us. Okay, we'll come back to her. Let's move on to the next person quickly. Mr. Consign, are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, give us your final submission, 4 minutes.
Yeah, well, thank you, everybody, once more again. You know, sometimes I ask you this question. Nnamdi Kanu or corrupt people in Nigeria and those who are agitating, who are the worst people? Because Rufai already said before that Igbos are agitating. They are destroying the country. The Boko Haram, what they are doing, they are making business. That's what Rufai said before. And if Bawa can be released, and Nnamdi Kanu is still in jail, what does it show to us? What this man was saying now, you see, the country, like what CM said, the country could have done that. That's the thread the country is supposed to follow. But the thing is that Nigeria is not a country of that nature. Nigeria is not like that, or what all of us think. You see, so that's the problem of the country. If the Nigeria is a country that want to live together, they're supposed to be going through that, but they can't. It's even a less said also that the country, Nigeria, if that, what he said that, I forget what he said, but, well, why the Igbos love Nnamdi Kanu? Nnamdi Kanu is our God. Well, I've said it here now. Why the Igbos love Nnamdi Kanu is because of this. They have bribed Nnamdi Kanu many times. You don't want to take bribe. It's difficult for any other person to do that. Wazirike accepted bribe. Many others accepted bribe, but you couldn't accept bribe. But these days now, nobody rejects bribe. But Nnamdi Kanu rejected bribe. So that is why Igbos love him so much. And we will continue to love him. Whatever happened, we continue to love him. And Igbos are ready to do anything for that man for that man. Nigeria is a country that doesn't want to live together, don't want to live in unity, doesn't want to live peacefully. If not, all these things of agitation and so supposed not to be there. And the one thing again is this: all the tribes in Nigeria want only when they get power, they stop agitating. Yorubas today, before they were agitating, all of them were agitating. But now they got the power, they don't want to agitate again. Hausas, even before the war, Hausas already said, Hausas say let them go, they want to go. But immediately they take this power, they don't want to go anymore. Now when they see oil, they don't want to go anymore. So for me, it's unfortunate for me to live together under this situation of one people being armed and that people destroying other tribes. People are meant to live. People are meant to live peacefully. No life. Every life is important to the people. But when you start buying people, you think they can keep quiet? Like now, this man said the NLC must keep quiet. Why must the NLC keep quiet when people are dying of hunger? If an NLC protest, it's a problem. Why can't an NLC protest? Why can't the people protest? People protest, they are quiet. People, if they go and occupy any place today, you will see what will happen. Because they are just making these peaceful protest. You know that there's not. But whenever they go now and they say they want to occupy any place now, Nigeria is like, people who are living in Nigeria, they will tell you that they are living like a hell. A hell is better than Nigeria. People are being destroyed. The culture, everything, the tradition are being destroyed because of this hunger, because of maladministration. We're supposed to do better, but we are not doing it. Somebody will hang on to power. Senators are doing what they like. The House of Assembly are doing what they like. Nobody has conscience anymore. Nobody want to say the truth anymore. People have become psychopaths and hypocrites. 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, Nigeria was not like that. But this republic have destroyed the fabrics of of Nigeria. Things are not getting better. We here in abroad and everybody is not happy because of what is happening in Nigeria. If things can change, it will be better. But the way I see, the way many people see it, is getting difficult. And how can our people be being pied every day because of hunger? That is the worst of it. So Inka coming out today to say what he's saying because he has seen what others have seen. He see that to make that country better is going to be difficult. And that is also what other people are seeing. What CM said today, that if they can implement it, Nigeria can get better. But I know that these people, the problem of the country is not mostly the South. Everybody have a problem, but it's not mostly the South. The South are ready to implement it, but the North are not ready. They not want to be on top of everybody. They want to continue to hold the power. They want to continue to hold the power so that they continue to. And
All
again,
right,
one thing
thank you.
again. Sorry, let me say this, please. One thing again is this. My brother, those that are most of the people that are ruling us are not Nigerians. That is where the problem comes in. Thank you. And God bless you. May you have a blessed weekend.
And you too, sir. Thank you very much. God bless you too. Okay, let me quickly move on to Engineer Francis. Engineer Francis, thank you very much, sir. Please give us your final submission, 4 minutes. Then I'll come to Nigeria.
Thank you very much for this second opportunity. Nnamdi Kanu, I have not been a supporter of IPOB because I feel that their plan is incomplete. You see, if you are trying to succeed and the oil region where the Nigerian state gets its revenue from is in your area and you're succeeding and you haven't brought to the table a very good discussion on how to be sharing or sending their own revenue from the oil to the north, then that's incomplete. You know they will not accept it. If you bring the oil to the table, I think it will be better. But having said that, Nnamdi Kanu is not one person. Anybody that makes the mistake, and especially if such mouths that say things like that are the mouths that speak to the ears of Tinubu, that's a big mistake. He's not one person. For instance, I saw the convoy of Tinubu, I think when he was going to the airport for Qatar or something. I cannot even keep count of the vehicles that were in that convoy escorting one person. He is one person. So his life in that kind of reasoning is the same as the other ones that the Fulani herdsmen are getting. So Nnamdi Kanu does not stand for Nnamdi Kanu alone. That's where the big mistake will be made. And if such is the advice that's going into the ears of Tinubu, then he is definitely bound to make a very serious, fatal mistake. And I warn again, you see that thing that happened in Russia a few days back when Putin poisoned Navalny, that's his arch rival. And it's like Russia is cool. If anything like that were to happen to Nnamdi Kanu, Nigeria is over. Period. So anybody that's telling me, oh, look at this thing, Igbos are not demonstrating. No. That is beneath the Igbos. But touch Nnamdi Kanu, you will see the Igbos. So please, don't say things like that to Tinubu. Because if he takes things like that and acts like that, he is playing with serious fire. And that fire will burn him. Now, let me also point out, Peter, please, if you're listening, stop calling it state police. Start calling it state National Guard. Because it will be new recruits from each local government for their local government. I'm sure that if you go to any local government secretariat now, there will be one room they can dedicate today and call it the National Guard's Center. And the residents of that local government will be coming and they will be the ones that will be recruited. The only help from the federal will be to send down the military trainers that will train those recruits. Of course, they will also know how to interact with the police or how to interface with the police. But the point is, don't call them police, because any time I hear that word police in Nigeria, it's corruption. That is the next thing that crosses my mind. Don't call them police, call them State National Guard. And that is that area. But then the Nigerian military, please. You Lagbaja called it protecting democracy. So what are you guys doing? Protect our democracy. The person there today as the commander-in-chief came there violating our democracy. He, in fact, he committed a coup, some sort of coup, electoral coup, civilian coup, whatever you call it, but that was a coup. With Mahmoud, with the Chief Justice, and with the justices, they are all part of that crew. And if it was in the days of Abacha, you know they will all be lined up for firing squad because they committed serious coup. And the worst thing is that they know that they are in the minority. From what Yakubu pronounced, they have 8 million supporters. But at the same, on the other hand, Atiku and Obi had 13 million supporters. So how can 8 million decide the fate of 13 million? They are not even listening to the plight of those that they shut up their mouths. And that is a coup. When you shut up the mouths of more people than the others, and then you are ruling them based on the ideas of the minority. That's even worse than the apartheid in South Africa. So Nigerian military, I don't really know what you guys are doing, but this is not a coup. This is protecting democracy. Operation Protect Democracy. You guys need to go and put those people under house arrest and call the police departments, get their copies of that results, collate it yourself, and announce to us. The point is that it has never been done before. But then again, this kind of coup has never been done before in Nigeria. So a new thing coming might need a new solution. And that solution is in the hands of you guys, our military. Protect the country and protect our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Francis. God bless you, sir. Thanks for your time with us today. To Niger, please give us a final submission. 4 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Nanjawa. Thank you for having me, and greetings to thank you all, the viewers and all. I think I've heard some of the things people have got to say regarding the fact that Nnamdi Kanu is not an individual. I take that on board. It's not necessarily an individual, and there are national security implications if anything happens to him, which is crazy that the Nigerian government has not expedited whatever process that they are looking to carry out. And I've always criticized them for that. Personally, I see them as people that are probably causing problem for the country. The country is dysfunctional because of it. And because I also understand that some people feel sensitive about certain things, and I've been raised to also acknowledge that when you say things that people are extremely sensitive about, you cannot expect them to act rationally. And for that, I issue my own apology for those people that are truly, truly hurt by some of my statements. But that said, there has to be a line somewhere. Where does free speech begin and your sensitivity should reign? Because, and that's one thing that Soyinka said that I probably found weird when he said that, okay, civil society is its own worst enemy, because if you can say something somewhere here, then your house get burnt somewhere else, because that's all freedom of speech, isn't it? But what he mistook was that calling that civil. That is not civil behavior. If somebody says something, you go and burn their house down, that is not civil. So let's not make mistake. And that's one of the issues I have with Soyinka. I'm going to end with Soyinka's statement. There's a lot of things he said I didn't like. From even during the campaign when he was calling people fascist, Bajue, and all that nonsense that he said. And some of the stuff he said here is completely, it flies in the face of reason. Some of it are like saying a nation should die for humanity to reign. What do you think created humanity? Without nations, there is no humanity. Without tribes, there's no humanity. It's when people come together and build something bigger. That's why we have 7-8 billion people alive today. And this is the thing that many of our people don't necessarily understand. These people come and talk, and they omit very, very important details. And he qualified it before he said that statement that if this is going to guarantee your security, if this is going to guarantee us food, if this is going to guarantee, but that if, he didn't say whether that if is possible. When you are smaller, you are far more vulnerable. We were smaller once. We did it once. We're colonized. It didn't get us anywhere. And he comes out and says stuff, and people are clapping for him. Nobody asks, what is the foundation of society? Society is basically people saying, you know what, we are going to take other people's feelings into account, and we are all going to agree to a rule to live together. And it was one of the greatest inventions human beings have ever created. and it got us this far in the world where human beings can fly and even go into space, create AI and all the rest of it. For him to say, oh, for nation to die, for humanity to, what created humanity as you know it? And I don't like when people use physics. I really wish I can have a discussion with him actually, because there's so many things. I feel like we as Nigerians, we should unpack everything we've been taught, everything, question everything. If there is anything we are going to leave here, we should, because if you look at the results we have on the ground, it's terrible. Even the Kenya that we use as an example, it's a terribly run country. If you look, the standard we live in, it's almost as if everybody else is living in a duplex. We are living in waterside and zinc houses. That's our own standard now. And that is not acceptable. We can't live like that. That is not how our people lived even 400 years ago. We live like everyone else. Other people live with, with some wealth and comfort and everything. We live like that. Why should we have to be living on scraps now? Other people have 70. Look, other countries have like 70 gigawatts worth of power. Kenya is surviving on 12 gigawatts. Nigeria is surviving on 12 gigawatts. Ghana is surviving on barely anything. This is the nature of it. Singapore that has 6 million people probably has far more than that. Why do we always have to settle for scraps? I'm not saying we are settling for scrap, but we should also realize that what we are seeing right now is not proper. We should question everything. I'm not trying to be negative, but you have to call things as they are. Because if I tell you, okay, everything is okay, like people like Mr. Gbadue and all the others are telling you, how is that going to solve your problem? It's not going to solve our problem, and we're going to end up in trouble. Other people are doing it, and I see them doing it every day. They are all sharpening their knives day in, day out, and we are just here having arguments like this. What am I supposed to do? Join the discussion we're having when I see something else? All I try to do is air my opinion. When some people come here and say, I hate Southeasterners, I hate Igbo people, I don't know what can be further from this from the truth. Nigeria is my home. Nigeria gave me life, gave my parents life, gave my great-great-great-great-grandparents life, just like everyone else. To be telling me that I hate my own people, where every single strand of our hair, I want it saved. Nobody's life should be taken without due process. But people that undermine the survival of our people and endanger it, they should be held accountable, every single one of them, because they've done it, they've damaged us so badly, they are still damaging us today. I'm exhausted and tired of it, and I don't know, it drives me crazy when I see these people doing these things, and some of our people don't even hold them accountable. And when this in Soika said that people's houses go and get burnt, I wish that it was all these people that are destroying our country that their houses are getting burnt. It's the innocent people that the house go and get burnt. I don't know how many people that has burnt any of these people that have robbed us dry, their houses. All these people that are promising us without delivering any results. Nobody is truly questioning them. I say we have to start seeing things for what it truly is and questioning it, and until proven otherwise, don't agree. Don't agree. You know that I know agree this thing. That should be the mentality we should have. We should question every single thing. Thank you.
All right. Tunaja, thank you very much. I appreciate you for that apology that you tendered right there. Yes, that's how life should be. Yes. Let's move on, my people. Nobody's perfect here. One beautiful thing I like about this, our platform here, you cannot come here to deceive anybody. People are always on the stand. But in fact, there are people listening that they might not be on the panel. But once you start lying, that's when they will come out to counter you. You'll be surprised that they control the phone or they come straight to the panel. But one thing is this: none of us is perfect. When you are deliberately doing something is another thing, which is unacceptable. But if you are making mistake, or that is what you just believe in your submission, that's another thing again. But when people raise alarm like Tunaja just did and apologize and let's move on, that's beautiful. I appreciate you all, my wonderful people, and I would also like to appreciate, Oga CM for what on his maturity that you have always displayed on this platform today. His submission today is the best ever. He stick with the line, what we presented as a topic. He analyzed it in depth from one point to another. Thank you very much, Oga CM. I'd like you to give us your final submission. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Niger Watch. I think in bringing my submission to a close, you see that chap that phoned and was crying. To be honest with you, even here when he was saying it, I don't know, but that is the reality of Nigeria. You see, sometimes if like you made us know to Niger Watch that important people listening to us, let them implement our plan. Let them implement our plan. At the stage Nigeria is now, today, building a skyscraper might not be the necessary thing to do. Of course, we had bad roads, but maybe trying to overturn the road now may still be priority, but not too much of it may take it behind. Education, yes, we know, but now hunger. Somebody need to eat. To even think well, somebody need to eat. I would suggest it's like this year. Not that we don't know why we came to this level. We know because the real farmers, people that do it in commercial quantity. In fact, all over Nigeria, people farm. Every state in Nigeria, there's a farmland. But we know those that do it in commercial quantity. With little effort, their land is very fertile. Benue, Plateau, Taraba, Adamawa, Southern Kaduna, Niger State, Kogi, what is it, Kwara. At least we know the middle belt. Call them. This is the area that is ravaged by Fulani headsmen. It's a shame that people in Benue State are still in refugee camp today, and these are farmers. Then how then do we have foods? How then do we harvest yams? How then do we harvest agricultural produce? I think a serious government, when you come in, no matter what it takes, that's what they call a priority. Or you say declare war on it. You get these people back to their home, back to their houses. It's not a rocket science. It could be done. Can you imagine all of us? We've got where we live. All of a sudden, you find yourself in a strange environment in which I know that every day, those people in the refugee camp, when they get up, the first place their mind will go is their bed. Hey, if I'm in my house now you find yourself in a camp to the extent that people are now bringing food to you and you share it. No privacy, nothing. It's a shame. It's a very, very bad commentary that inside Nigeria we have IDP camps. It shouldn't be. The result of that people being in IDP camp is this hunger we are facing. Yes, so much money chasing few goods. That is inflation. That is inflation. The supply, people supplying food items are few. Some didn't go to the farm. They didn't cultivate. So it's like this year, last year, farming season has been wasted. Let us not waste this year's zone. We cannot even if you like bring a 20 shipload of rice, it will finish. Will you continue importing? And that is why they're talking of dollar. That time the people in Benue or Middle Belt goes to the farm, do we talk of dollar, pressure on the dollar? You don't import yam, you don't even import rice, so to speak, or even other food crops. But now you have to make do with whatever it is. So a serious government should look into it. I mean, how can a man be crying on air? He cannot be acting. That is not acting. It's the reality of life. There is hunger. It's the reality of life. In Anambra State, a lady will be given a state award on 7th of March. It's our family friend. What is she doing? She's just feeding people, running something like a soup kitchen in Anambra State too. Just like for people that will tell you, maybe in Nigeria, what you remember yesterday, those that are coming to pose, we eat this. You see where we're. I dismissed it because I know what I'm telling you. Maybe by 7th of March, after the coverage, I will get everything and then I will remind you. So in Anambra State, they are running a soup kitchen. The woman came back from New York. Maybe due to her magnanimity, she's feeding people free of charge. I think 2 times or 3 times a week. You come there, see people give away food, and they are lining up in Anambra State too. Forget about those that will come and do things. So that's why when you look at all these things, you find out that the government is insensitive. There are things you should do. There are things I always believe that the way we have to leadership should vary from one place to the other. What we need to do is what suits you. What is this beneficial to your people? I remember I keep saying that my mantra, if I'm to be position of leadership, I will always remember what George Bush said. He said, I can never sign any agreement that will put the Americans out of job. In other words, America's interest is much more important. All these things they are going to Dubai, this meeting, your people are hungry. Rather, you should be talking of how do people feed first. That is the issue. Whatever it is, you might declare say national emergency on agriculture, anywhere farm. Jakonde came to Lagos State in 1979 as governor. He said the emergency on education, no more morning shift, afternoon shift, night shift for school or primary school. Jakonde say any empty land in Lagos, confiscate it, bring it, we build a school there. If the person talks, Lagos mainland, we give him land at Ikorodu, Ekpe, go there and they take another land. Education no important in BE. In other words, education is important here. That's what Jakonde did. Forget about people saying Tinubu built Lagos. So there are ways we govern. If really this government is serious, hunger is the issue now. Hunger is much more important than foreign policy. Hunger is much more important. Combating hunger is much more important than even sending our Olympic team to go to Paris to participate. This is what government should be doing. Hunger now. Now, not today. Whatever it is, as you are doing palliative, you are making sure that people go back to the farm. Because if you continue like this, what will happen in November? There are some crops that could be planted between March and June. By October, you harvest it. That is what government should do. That's what people want to see. Because, like Peter Obi said, hunger is everywhere in Nigeria. Hunger is everywhere. So, if they are listening to us, please, what the government should do is that declare emergency on a hunger and then famine. Make it easy that everybody should go back to farm. Those that are in the refugee camp, get them back home, let them go and farm. There is no way Nigeria will survive hunger. Since I was born, I've never had Nigeria people complain like this. Yes, there are food stores go up, but these days they are telling you a bag of rice, you come back. And this man in ITV Benin, Bosunu, when he goes, I like watching him. He said, how much? He said, it don't cost. This one don't cost. May they help us. It is true. People can't find food to eat. People cannot find food to eat. Chiefly because of this ravaging, marauding effect of Fulani herdsmen destroying farms. Even those that didn't go, they will tell you that we can't go. We are afraid. So why? If you can't farm to feed your family and you can't buy from the market, then what are you existing for? People collapse because of food, because of there's no food to eat. And it's not drama. They are not acting film. I don't think somebody can come and say I'm hungry and then start to act. There is no food. A tube of yam, 2,000, 3,000. Where? How can you buy it? A bag of rice before it used to be 40. Now some are calling 70, 80. Some may say it will get to this. A bag of beans. Is that what we should be hearing? When there are vast arable land that could be farmed, government should take it easy. That is my submission this night. Let them declare a state of emergency on farming. By whatever means possible, according to Malcolm X, Nigeria should be able to feed themselves. It's a shame. Forget about the grammar we speak up and down. Everybody is hungry. If you are hungry, you can't see clearly, you can't think clearly. It can lead to anything. It can lead to anything at all. So it's a shame that Nigeria is having a food crisis. Very, very shameful. Those we can, how we can help ourselves, we have to. But palliative cannot go on for long. You can't be palliative. No, people should go back to farm because some people use it as a business. From there, they make money and then they have to do it in a way to export. So food emergency on food production should be priority of this government. It's a challenge they have to face. Yes, there's insecurity. Yes, both of them should go together. Probably if you restore people in the middle belt back to their homes and then want guard there so that nothing disturbs them, we could smile in the next 6-7 months. Otherwise, I don't know how long. I mean, I don't know how we are going to combat this hunger with this type of catch and catch 'em or fire brigade approach. It won't work. Thank you, Niger Watch, and good evening. I mean, good night for the opportunity.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Augustine. And I appreciate every one of you for your time with us today. It's been a long day, 5 hours. So we've come to the end of the broadcast. Yes, I would like to align with you, Augustine, about this hunger of a thing. It's crazy. It's crazy. I believe this is the first time I'm actually experiencing proper hunger in Nigeria. You know, all my life. I think this is the first time. Maybe it happened before I was born. I don't know, but this is the first time I'm seeing this. Like people are crying, and I don't know, and I don't know if the Tinubu is feeling it because it doesn't looks like that he's feeling it at all. He might, maybe his expression might be different, but for me, I don't believe all these, both the past and present satanic leaders, none of them feels our pains. Some of you might disagree with me, but they don't feel our pains. Because if you feel the pains of the people, the best thing that you need to do, don't gift us money, do the right thing. All this deceitful palliative that they are passing on to state by state, obviously the palliative is not coming to us. If you are listening to me right now, call your family members back home. If all these deceitful palliative they are passing here and there, if your family members have it, so it's crazy. So for me, I strongly know, not only believe, that this satanic set of people, they don't care about you and I. It's very unfortunate that you all are feeling this way. I was part of the people that vowed that, oh, let them suffer. If they don't do the right thing, they don't do this, but I don't even have the heart. I know how much I've spent by myself privately just to help people back home right now. I don't need to come here and be saying it. I do lots of giveaway all the time, on different platforms because people are suffering. I was on a platform today, on X. I have to write on the comment section that, okay, what can 10,000 naira do for you this moment, even though I know you can't do anything. So I want 20 people to send their account number. Although people that send their account number is more than 2,000. I have to start, selecting the one way me fit do for inside. I only ask for 20 people. People past 2,000 people that send their account number. So we are doing this. How many of you listening to me now? You also doing your part privately. But it's crazy right now. People are suffering, man. Anyway, we'll continue to do our parts. We'll continue to do our part. I just hope we'll have a better Nigeria in our time, but it doesn't look like what will happen. I want to stay positive, but still, the reality, we have to talk about it sometimes. It doesn't look like, because there are a lot of people who talk like the way I'm talking right now, like 50 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, 20 years ago. Nothing happened. Rather, it got worse. So me, I'm talking now. Who know if people will also reference to my own statement, my own speech today, or Garcia's speech, or every other person on the panel speech? That, oh, there are this set of people, this group of people that were talking on YouTube 30 years ago. These people really try more reference to their video, more reference to that. They'll still play our video. They'll say, Kai, see what did this man talk, or see what did that one talk. Today, Nigeria is even worse. Hi, which kind of life it is? That is what we see.
I have to thank you for
wish.
for what you have done with the protest that you funded, and people should consider how remarkable that is. That is one person doing this, and one has to acknowledge that. I have not been able to do that. I can tell you that for sure. So I have to give credit to you for doing that.
Thank you, Tunaja. God bless you. I really, that means a lot to me. I don't need to come here to, let me tell you one thing you guys must understand. The day I will come on air to ask my people, make we donate money, I want to go use and do so thing. That's where you're going to see one or two satanic person that will come out to say, oh, he wants to carry our money. That's why since I created this platform, I don't do such things. The way to dash me, that is mine. But I can't just come here to say I have what I want to do. And no. Even before this, I wish Mr. Alex was still here, would have testified to that. Even before this, We have been doing it before in those states. You know, any little thing like this, we don't gather protests against Obaseki. Now, Chapali street don't full. You know, we're funding it from here. So, you know, it's a normal thing for me. Listen, guys, the best parts. How do I say? Should I say the best way? Yeah, the best way you can have the blessings of God is the things you do when nobody is watching you. Although we get blessings from what people is, you know, what is obvious or what we do in the public, but the best way you can really get blessings from God is you touch lives privately without nobody seeing what you're doing. That's my belief. That's what my parents taught me, and that's what I always do. You understand? You know, so I don't need to come here to say, oh, my people, I don't have these people today, or I don't have these people today. Many people, they listen to me now that is doing the same thing. They don't come on the comment section and be writing it there. Oh, now so I helped this one today. Everybody is feeling the pains right now. Both you were there, but where they say not concern you. You the same when they go to give people for us right now, aren't you?
Niger Watch, the level of hunger now. Do you know why I'm trying to say this hunger is this? Because the way the phone calls I receive every day, every day from Nigeria, what people complain is not the fact that they may not have money. He said, even if you send money you send, we change it, we thank you. But by the time you go to the market, by the time you buy one or two things, the money is gone. And when you come back, you will be afraid that if you finish eating, how are you gonna get another one tomorrow?
Another one tomorrow.
So when you see a married man who used to feed very well, we have a Mercedes car and complain, and these are middle class, so complain bitterly.
It's not easy this time. My neighbor for Nigeria, I was surprised. My neighbor, where they do well, he called me some days ago, which although I will keep some parts, but when he tell me, I was surprised. I was like, what did happen? Now you want to psych me? Say, my brother, I know they psych you. I want to sell up. Say, are you joking? Say, yes, please, I need buyer. I need to go. My wife, my children, we need to leave this place before May. I was like, Jesus, are you sure? He said, yes, 100%. I was like, wow. My people, so what I'm trying to say, this my neighbor, where they do well. They do well. In fact, the estate where they stay safe, or rather, let me say, where will they stay? Before you even stay there, you will know how you stay there. So he's doing well. He's not the problem, but he lives in Nigeria permanently. He have never traveled abroad before. This is the first time he's trying to pave the way just because of this situation in Nigeria.
It's true. To be honest, I never knew. The last thing somebody could talk of food when somebody is not asking you for. So he said, "How can you feed?"
Oh, God, are you aware that husbands and wives are divorcing right now because of this situation?
About how the thing when go cause confusion, when go cause quarrel,
Are you aware that many women married their husband before because of the money where they see?
Where they see.
And now the man is not consistent with the money given anymore. So I beg, I can't.
And guess what? Look at where it gets bad. Those Rivers women were complaining that their husband will not touch them.
Exactly.
How would the thing stand with this kind of communication?
Wait, I beg, leave certain things are better left unsaid. I beg, leave those.
Exactly.
Leave Abio. So you see, why I'm saying this is that do you know one of my cousin? They are rich, you. He said now before him they go market alone. He say husband they both of them they go. I say why? He said because the man don't they suspect him. Whenever when he said whenever I buy something, he go they look and say now so the thing he say yeah. He said two of them they go. He say oh yeah see him make your price. You go price stock. I mean when I stock fish. When they call you 1,000, the man go look and say, make we know, look, he leave him. So all these things is not easy.
The same way they eat. Where they eat with like 5, 6, 7 meats now. na egg, na their wife they put for soup for them. Na egg, one egg. You put one.
Egg don't cost.
The problem is that even prostitution has increased. The level of prostitution has increased.
Even
for married women also.
But money no there to patronize themselves, and it's not free. That is another thing. So it's true. We know all those things.
Even young
It's
children,
true.
young girls also, young girls now, 13 years, 14 years, 15 years.
Anyway,
why can't we declare emergency on food
no, there's
production?
nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do right now than to just, those of you that can, engage the street peacefully. You see the one we do for Edo State, very peaceful. In fact, Arise carry our own, channels carry them, so very peaceful. So if you want to do any protest now, that's the best you can do. There's nothing else you can do right now, apart from what we are also doing here. What can you do? Listen, these people now get Nigeria, they don't carry Nigeria. What are you did there? So for those of us that live abroad, we should be grateful to God, even though we know we are still feeling the heat, but we're only feeling like 2% of the heat. That's it. So me, sometimes I follow on a day here. If not here, I want eat. They'll fry. I can't give me for here where they talk. So
when they quote some price in Nigeria, you go to laugh. One egg, 200 naira.
Yes.
One egg.
It's terrible.
One egg.
It's terrible right now.
You go the one that say egg again. No, but really a serious. That's why I said you can't feed Nigeria from Aso Rock. This federal. There are certain things we should be able to do on our own. Nigerian government should hands off so many things. Hand it over to the state. Even all this agriculture, fertilizer, there are a lot of things. Let them start today.
Many homes are breaking right now because of different reasons. Madam Luke talked earlier on, for women to come out now, though we criticize them the other day, but those people, everybody they talk where they are headed.
No, they say na heat. They say that one, no electricity, heat too much.
Which kind heat?
Heat. You there? You there? Okay.
Which kind heat? Now everything man go talk for public.
Mr. Siam, it's not about heat. It's not about heat, Mr. Siam.
No, I'm not saying. That's what I read. That's what I'm saying. So man, I'm not going to quote me. That's what I read on the social media. They say that is the cause.
To be honest, I saw a video where a woman was saying that if my husband come from work, now fear not they even let her look in face at all. Because if they frown, enter house, they frown, they come up for house.
Yes, make them for no ask them for money now. Because things tough. Yes, things tough.
Wow.
People in those days, some people used to have one bag of rice for house, half bag of beans, one tin of maybe gari, maybe around 10 to say 5 to 8 tubers of yam. Say security their house. Then food go there. If you come, you go to eat before then go market. But now
we saw another video again where they say our Igbo brothers say that they protest, they carry bundles of dollars, they come out, they show for this thing.
You sure send original dollar. You for ask this, you sure send original dollar.
Well,
forget about all those things. I know that.
This is what you get.
I know that.
When illegality, people will react in all kinds of ways.
Yes.
Even if these people are suffering, they will bring that dollar, and just to show that, But people when they watch them, body go pepper them.
That's why I tell you. I tell you, say they gave soup kitchen for Anambra State. The woman operating it, phone call with her, soup kitchen, and the governor's wife will give her a award for helping to feed. And they know people they can't chop them. I don't see the queue now. It's their Facebook. So forget about it.
Make I put the video, but could I see the video while they talk?
No, be original dollar. No, be original. It can't be original dollar.
Wait to see my talk. Now wait till we see. See.
Oh my
God.
Which kind of dollar? Which kind? How person? Now you be American.
Mr. Evans, where they get this kind of videos?
I don't know.
Where they get this kind of videos? We don't even see this kind of videos.
I don't.
This not be skit. Not be skit. What they make here? Not be skit.
I don't know. This one. See that's anyway. Na short session na skit. Now you save go. You know.
But that's not the way footballs are bundled. Because what I see there, they are trying to bundle it the way the U.S. bundles like 250,000 in one bundle they call football. That's not the way it's bundled.
Anyway, nevertheless, people,
what you see this video where I send you, Niger Watch?
Yes, sir. Where's the video?
The one about Donald Trump.
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, okay. I sent it on WhatsApp. He said he's eating okporoko.
No, I
And
didn't see it.
his Nigerian doctor is making sure that he doesn't fall like the Nigerian naira.
Okay, I don't see him. I know all those things are skits. I saw it earlier.
Okay, I saw that. That's a skit. They make it up. Yeah.
They just make a voiceover.
Really funny.
Okay.
But that's funny though. That's laughing at our money.
Exactly. People put that together. Nevertheless, my people, do your part to assist whoever you can assist at this moment. It doesn't necessarily have to be your family members, because we have to remove those selfish parts out of it, because everybody's suffering right now. Anybody you can help randomly would be much better. Randomly would be much better. Just help people, and they don't got the opportunity to even come back to you again to say thank you. Just do it, because this is the best time you can let God know that yes, you are touching lives. Everybody should do their part. People are truly suffering. Yes, we joke sometimes on this platform and all that, but the reality is that you saw elderly man call in today from the north crying, just like that. You know what that means? So it's not easy right now for anybody in Nigeria. Anybody, when I say anybody.
But Mr. Elvis, Mr. Elvis,
yes, sir.
These northerners, some of these elite northerners, they have money. Why should they allow their people to suffer in this way?
And because
many of them, generals, this, that, the politicians.
Okay,
money, billions.
So are you not telling me now that some of our Edo people don't get money as well? Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I'm saying, you don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they can't allow the level of poverty to be like that there. They have money,
so people don't suffer for Edo State now. All those satanic people who don't take money for politics, they not follow me days at those people.
Mr. Evans, let me tell you, the way you put the criticize your people, my brother, not be like that. How many Edo people who don't serve for this government? How many Edo people who don't get money?
No, I'm not talking about that.
No, I understand what Mr. Kosas is saying. Yeah. With the amount of oil wells, all those people there, the wealth is concentrated. I mean,
generals. How many generals?
Okay, now
all these brigadiers.
Why is it that when it's time to use these people, they will bring them out to do satanic things? But now, why is the rank and the culture?
Culture
now?
I think that statement is not based on facts. It's more based on prejudice.
Let me say this, please.
You say what, Mr. Tunaja? What do you talk?
I think it's more based on the idea, the way people discuss these things is not necessarily true. I think we are all suffering.
What is not necessarily true?
I think we are all suffering. The degree of suffering in the north.
Yes, we are suffering. But you say you have the land mass, you have the people, you have the this, you have the that.
Okay.
Why can't you? I mean, in this kind of Muslim religion or whatever it is, you expect the rank and the culture should be showing right now. Is what I'm saying.
What I wanted to say, let me quickly say this so we can round up. You know why I will always use my own state or my people or myself as an example all the time before any other tribe?
We have always been selfish. That's not
yes.
an issue.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you something you must understand. Everything that is affecting us today in Nigeria, right? Edo person as a politician is part of it. Igbo person as a politician is part of it. Hausa person as a politician is part of it. Yoruba person as a politician. Every single tribes in Nigeria as a politician, political elites are part of it. Now, How many of them are speaking against it? So when it comes to the time of blaming, we should also share the blaming amongst them. That's why I remind you all the time, or you guys listening to me, that we also have these satanic politicians in our state. We have it in another state. All these people dying together, they take decision while you and I are sleepy. They sit in their satanic table, round table, and take that decision that will affect you and I probably forever. So when it comes to blame, we shouldn't pass it to one particular region. It's all of them.
Mr. Naija Watch, nobody
they blame them. What I'm saying is that, see, when you come to the South, selfishness is ingrained in our religion. We are used to being selfish to each other. But in the North, I used to envy them. They used to eat from the same plate. They used to do a lot of things together that I always said that, the rich man will never allow their poor people to suffer. That's what we're saying.
Mr. Naija Watch, I want to ask you now, do you know that even a good person today, a saint come out today from Edo State, say want to rule Nigeria, many sections of the country will say no, they can't allow a man to rule. Do you know that?
We go suffer.
Thank you. So that is the problem. That is the problem. This man will say, "Let me come and rule and make the country." No, you can't rule. You're not a Muslim. You're not from our region. That's the problem. So when you are counting also this thing of
so how do we stop that? How do we stop that?
Concern, even in the UK where we live, the people that rule the country are from one section. It's not. I keep saying it. The nations have colorations like that.
Sunak is from where? Sunak is a Londonian.
And where is the northern leader? Where is the northern leader? You see, so they have what they call north and south divide in the UK because things are not equally shared. Even in the country itself, even resources are not even shared in anything close to equal in the country.
Mr. Tuna, let me tell you now. Let me tell you one thing. If that Nigeria today have infrastructures, have food and all, let me tell you, nobody will care where somebody coming from to rule.
I agree with you on that.
So when somebody coming from, let's say, Edo State now, say want to rule, give him that opportunity to rule, so that let's see whether he can change things.
So we will all die. We will perish in Edo State.
So how do we change that narrative?
You see, what really surprises me in all these things is that if there is food shortage or hunger in Nigeria, I think the North should be the least people to complain of maybe food. Do you know why I'm saying this? Because they pride themselves in sending food to the South. And that is majorly, I can say beans. The beans.
Not even that, Mr. CM, they're communal living. They pride in communal living.
Because a place like Gombe State and Bauchi, they cultivate a lot of beans. So these beans they bring down to Onisha, anywhere, Ido Motor Park in Lagos. It's always from there. Now, if we are complaining, what is the problem up north? That's what I'm trying to say. If there is anything, what is the problem? Because they have the vast land, fertile. We have our own anyway, but we tend to do business because we know you raise money, you buy from them. They themselves, they go to the farm, they load it in trailer to bring down. So if anything, it should have been a case of, this thing we are complaining of, at least the North cannot be protesting because of hunger.
Especially after 8 years of Buhari.
Yes.
I think part of it is insecurity that is not allowing
people
to...
You know how much Buhari gave to the North?
He didn't give them anything. He carried out on EJ. He didn't give them nothing.
The cost of items, only you can't eat only the rice you grow. You have to buy tomatoes. The cost of tomatoes is different. The cost of fish is different, and some of the cost of all these things are even coming from overseas, like stockfish that people eat. I don't know what Northerners eat stockfish though, but the point is that there are so many things that could create that hunger there. Just like in the South, when there was oil crisis, nobody is saying, "Oh, why is the South don't have oil?" Because the effects is still magnified into the entire South, just as it affects the North at that time.
Do you eat oil? Somebody can eat oil? Can somebody eat oil?
No. I'm saying the point is that why don't we have access to petrol and crude oil when we are in the South? You can argue the same thing.
Mother, look, does Naija Watch have your number? Because something just.
Yes, he does.
Okay, please. I will try and see if I can get it from him. There's something I want to get in touch with you about. Thank you.
That is just fine.
Okay. Well, the thing is,
if you look at the population of the UK, a Scottish leader is hardly elected.
Anyway, guys, CM, somebody really sent me a message to you that I forgot to. I know I'm too busy. Please remind me on
Okay.
the WhatsApp. Yeah.
Okay. I get the account number I gave you was correct, is it? Just
Which can be account number?
I get many months where they feed down. That even I saw my phone, they rest. So in the morning now I go begin waiting. I go tell them, say, well, we go try.
All right.
Anyway,
Let's round up.
anyway, the thing is that they must
Tunaja
restore
was
because
saying something. Let him
oh
quickly
sorry.
round up. Tunaja, round up 1 minute quickly.
I was saying that some of the things other nations, the problems we have, other nations have them, and you have to start eliminating the ones we have that other nations have, and look at the ones we have uniquely. The ones we have uniquely is the one you want to deal with. That's the one that is going to get us to where they are. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Augustine, you wanted to quickly say something.
My own is to send to the government, let them restore whatever insecurity, particularly in the north, because that is the food basket. People should be able to farm and bring out food. You can't import, you can't feed Nigeria more than 200 million people based on what you said you do this. The people must go back to farm and feel secure. So government should go to the middle belt, whatever it takes. They should restore the normalcy there so that people can go to farm. There's
Thank you.
hunger everywhere.
And that is a
What I
big
want
problem.
to say is this: let the government have that political will to stop this insecurity. That's the problem today. Let also this some Fulani stop this Islamic agenda and this satanic agenda of buying the people of Middle Belt, those that are producing this food. If they can do that, and if they can arrest all those sponsors of this Boko Haram and the insurgent, I think Nigeria can have peace and Nigeria can have more food. But now, if they're not doing it, it's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Once more, and God bless you, my people. Yeah, that last topic was beautiful. Sometimes we need to divert out of what we've presented as a topic. So that was nice. I appreciate you all, my people. I'll join you guys again tomorrow by 6 p.m. by God's grace. I appreciate every one of you that came to the panel today, starting with Madam Luke. Thank you, Madam Patricia to Niger. Thank you very much, Oga Consign, Oga CM, Mr. Alex, Mr. Shooks Obibweze was with us, and Engineer Francis, and many others. May God bless you all, my people. Those of you that called in, thank you very much. Madam Love, God is my strength, Madam Origin, and many others. Thank you so much. I can see some of you were still calling in right now. We don't pick calls after 10 p.m. anymore. Please understand with us. Like I said, our time limit doesn't affect our panelists. We can talk here till next morning, but only that calls. After 10 p.m., I don't really like to pick calls anymore. It's stressful. It's not easy for me. You should also understand that I manage the panelists. I also manage the callers, manage this. It's not easy. So, yes, 10 p.m. from 6, we open the line, from latest 7, because we start. My presentation is usually a max of 1 hour, right? So we open the line from like 6, 7. So 7, 8, 9, 10. That's about 4 hours. Is enough for everybody that want to call in. So target those areas when we're prioritizing callers from the beginning, so that you can quickly call in. We give everybody 33 minutes max, to talk. So if we can take the first 10 people from that time, in the middle of the conversation again, we take another 10. Before 10 p.m., we take another 10. 30 people call in a day, that's fine. So let's manage our time properly. No matter how we try to manage the time here, it's still not enough for anybody. Some people want to talk for so long, which I understand, but others are waiting. You have to consider other people that is waiting. It's not easy before it gets to other people. Sometimes 2 hours don't clock. So always understand with us. I try my best, to be fair to everybody, but I'm not a perfect person. I might offend you in the process of me trying to be fair. But always learn to forgive, just understand that I'm a human being. I appreciate every one of you that is genuinely and organically supporting us on this platform, joining us on this platform, putting your voice out there for Nigeria to be better in your time, my time, in our time. May God bless every one of us. It's a collective effort. It's not just me. It's not just you. It's all of us doing this together. The only difference between you and I say, okay, now I get platform, but I don't want to treat anybody like that or make anybody feel like that, because my platform. I don't like that at all. That's why you see that it's hard for me to use the buttons here on anybody. I don't just like it. It's something I don't like. So I want everybody to manage each other's fairly. Thank you very much, every one of you, for those of you that supported us today on this panel. Now God bless all of my people, starting with Esther Onarise started it. Thank you very much. Peter Ife, Dr. Alexander Gomez, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Then Oscar Blackbone, thank you very much. Chris Owango, thank you. God bless every one of you. Thank you, Dr. Aruna, for coming around earlier on. Your messages were so powerful. Thank you, sir, for being there, for your kind words, and Dr. Alexander Gomez as well. I appreciate every one of you right there. I'd like to quickly go to the comment section to appreciate Mother for all, Mommy Diaspora. Thank you very much, Mommy, for all you do, for always being there. Thanks for your prayers, your love. I appreciate you, and I love you so much. Thank you very much, Ray Abua. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson Emmanuel. Thank you, Madam Rita. It's good to see you with us today. We're looking forward to when you're going to join the panel to talk to us, to shake the table once more. Thank you very much, Madam Luke. Appreciate you. Thank you, Guy Awanlele, Peggy Modi. Thank you all for always being there. I really appreciate you all. I'm not taking anybody for granted. Sometimes we yell on each other on this platform, but once the broadcast is over, for me, I don't forget what happened. I just move on. That's my kind of person. I think for those of you that have been following us for long, then you should know my kind of person. I'm very easy to read, to be honest, because I don't have anything to hide, and I don't have strength to hide anything, because hiding things give you stress, and it just destabilize you, because you need to hide it to reopen it tomorrow to be consistent with your lies and all that. I'm not part of it, so I just say it how it is. In the process, we offend people, we still apologize at the end of the day. I would like to appreciate Abo Azi. Thank you very much, sir, for your consistency and for your support always. Madam Martina Abasi TV, thank you very much, ma. Appreciate you. Madam Iris Finance, thank you very much. Madam Patricia Tagojemi, and many others. Tunaja is also there on the comment section. Thank you very much. Appreciate every one of you, my wonderful people. Now God bless you now. Ushena, thank you very much. I see you right there. Anthony Ola, thank you. God bless you all. My people, Money or Lagbia is with us. Fear not, let me pass without no mention your name. God bless you, ma. I appreciate you always. Thanks for your prayers and your support. And Madam Amen Bright, thank you very much, ma. God bless you. I appreciate you all. In case I didn't mention your name, please, I noticed now that some people, also pay. Hey, God, what do you feed do for this platform when people not confess against me? Somebody actually wrote to me telling me that many times he go comment. I know they mention your name, he go comment, and I mention your name. I be get waiting you do it. See God. Please, I cannot be everywhere at the same time. Nobody offend. In fact, nobody don't offend me for this platform. You see all those things you do. I just say you are satanic, you are this, you are that. Yes, it's yelling. I'm just venting. After that, you'll get anything when you do me at all. Please, everybody should understand. Let's learn to manage each other's. Don't take things too personal. I appreciate every one of you, my wonderful people. Yeah, I guess super chat when I press button to close. Oh wow, Mother Stella, Imasevedo, thank you very much, man, for this super chat. This one now, the one I want to enter Uber Go House. If I press away the drink now for saying the one I want to go take drink 3310. Or if I be press away the press bell now, say, okay, make I go drink 3310, my fine bell press. But I'll not be that kind of person. So my user enter Uber Go House, drink my coffee. My best drink is coffee. I beg tomorrow, I think we need to discuss something here. I want to ask some of you a question. Nobody should say anything now, but do your research and come to me and advise me of it. Does coffee have side effects? That's a question I'm asking everybody here. Tomorrow, come and answer us, because I will tell you why I'm asking tomorrow. Does coffee have side effects? Too much of it, does it have side effects?
Yes.
Okay, see. Okay, tomorrow I would like you to expatiate on that, madam. I really want you to tell us the side effect of it, because I have a reason and then I'll tell you guys why I'm asking. Thank you very much, my wonderful people.
It has side effect, particularly if you are drinking. They give person. If you drink them alone, the side effect go double. So.
No, I don't believe that you're whole, but nevertheless, let's talk about it tomorrow. People, that God bless you. Now we come to the end of this broadcast. Join us tomorrow, 6 p.m. For those of you that's just coming across our panel, because I notice we get subscribers every day. I want to let you know that in case you're still confused or you are doubting, you're skeptical about what we're doing here, it's just straightforward. We are here every blessed day calling out our government to do the right thing. We can continue the way we are living right now in Nigeria. Let them do the right thing for us. That's all we're doing. We are for the good governance. That's all. So join. We appreciate you for joining us. Try to join the panel. Let us know you. We want to know you. Don't join the panel and just stay mute. If you want us to know you, join the panel or call in. Once you call in more than 5 times, your name is already magneted. That's one thing here. As you see, as you call in, I mean, they call your name, say, Mr. Chris, thanks for calling in. Mr. Peter, thanks for calling in. That's what they be for here. Please, if you're coming across this video for the first time or our channel for the first time, endeavor to subscribe to us, hit that notification bell so that you can join us like this. Let's talk together. Please also hit that like button. It's very, very important for us, for our voices to go far. Share our videos and also press on the super thanks. Super thanks is there. Well, the reason why YouTube put it right there, when you finish your video, you like it, just press the super thanks. If you don't have $1, press and say, thank you, Nigeria. This was good. I like the submission of Madam Luke, or I like the submission of Ogasiem, or I like the submission. Just put it there, And I also noticed that some of you write on the comment section after you watch our video. You normally say, thank you, my brother. I really appreciate your submission. I don't understand, or we don't understand which of the brother, because we have lots of brothers that come here, and a lot of them give submissions. Please be specific when you are relating to anybody on the comment section. Just tag the person's name. Thank you, Mr. CM. Thank you, Mr. Black Panther. Thank you. When you just say thank you, my brother, God bless you for that submission. Thank you. Sometimes we don't know who they talk to, but it's a good thing, though. It's a good compliment. But if you tag the person, I think that will encourage that particular person more. My people, now, yeah. Good.
Your wife go they value you. Friends go look up to you. Every blessing go they follow you. Oh yes, as you press thumbs up, the calamity go run away. Bad thing go run from you. Everything go come better. So far make you just do thumbs up. Oh yeah, do thumbs up. No. Anything you put your hands is blessed. As you do thumbs up, favor will locate you. Praises will locate you.